second doomsday. Unquestioning our destiny, relentless we pursue fate. Alone I have been chosen to be spoken through by true grace. Frozen omens say we should invoke another crusade.
We rush to crush dissent from those who claim we must repent. How can a benevolent God subject us to such events? Against the elements, precious seconds each of us has spent completing public penance could have been invested putting up the tents. Pragmatism's born of pessimism, not a full-blown pestilence infecting desperate residents with false hope. Now they've sworn oaths and pledged commitment to a cult. No mercy will be shown or quarter given. Fetch the coiled rope and hang them by the necks until it's taught. The lesson learned is certain. No forgiveness for giving attention to those worthless sermons. No measure of faith will keep you warm or sate your appetite. So pray heed the warning or we may just have to take your life.
Gathering or evening prayer, we still battle for a season fair. We still huddle in the freezing air for a summer that's not even there. If that sun won't rise on our horizon, we'll march on despite the skies and find that wheel of progress so well worn brought us no shelter from now the dawn walls is closed and its pages shine a light as the people fill the shrine in line with my divine right. This battlement of sacraments has chattel to our right. The sacrilegious and recalcitrant shall vow face the smite. Non-believers shan't deceive us. We shall greet their cheek with grievance. In this sister season we redeem the meek with bleak obedience, seeking each unheeding heathen, see them bleed or bleed allegiance. Blessed be relief from freedom, lest ye feel the need for treason. Since the precept was decreed, its certainty was predetermined. Mere herds of sheep are people, thus they need to be subservient. Beneath so turbulent a firmament, the worst of men survive. Pray their mercy may preserve us as we touch the other side.
Hey, friends. It's been exactly 1 day for some of you, and for others, hypothetically speaking, it might have been longer. So, if you've forgotten, it's me. I'm Demise. And I needed to have a conversation, and I don't know if anybody else felt like it was the elephant in the room. Probably not. But for me, it's been sort of front and center in my mind. So we're going to be doing a little bit longer of a preamble for the stream today, which is why we're actually in just chatting instead of just going directly to Final Fantasy XIV. JR, I'm sorry. I know it feels like I will do anything besides variant dungeons. I promise we're doing variant dungeons today. But the old format for how we used to do the stream was sometimes I would take an hour of just talking shop beforehand and then getting into it. And we've been trying to modify that a lot. We've been trying to get a little bit more into the game, trying to focus on sort of not being terribly boring. So soaking up so much Demise right now. Well, there's a ton of VODs, both on YouTube as well as here, obviously, but the other thing is we're not running out of content anytime soon. If you guys don't watch the Twitch VODs or the YouTube simulcast VODs, I'll be honest with you, I won't be terribly offended. I get it. And that's kind of a part of what I wanted to talk about, is I'm going on a break this upcoming week, and I wasn't sure to call it a break, a vacation, a hiatus. There is something to me that feels obscene about taking a break. And I know that feels like a silly statement to make, but with the exception of Christmas and New Year's, I have tried to keep my schedule fairly consistent regardless of holidays, and I've been trying to be like, look at me, I'm going to become a streamer, and I need this for financial security, which is probably more than is right to ask in any stretch of the imagination. And Battle Benoit, I wouldn't just say just American work culture, right? I would say it's the whole, well, that isn't fair, life's not fair sort of discourse, right? Because the other thing that I wanna sort of talk about a little bit is the change of living situation that has happened. As plenty of you are aware, based off of the fact that I still can't tell if it's that my camera is crooked or if it's the banners in the background because I kick upwards in my sleep. I'm not exactly in a living situation that is super conducive to just being able to work on content like I used to. But yeah, so before I get too deep into the weeds there, it's good to see you, Enderfriend. Hey, Clary, Mesphia, Top Hat, ooh, you have returned. Missed you, Top Hat. It's good to see you back. Battle Benoit, JR, and Sabata, and of course, anybody else who does happen to pop in, and anybody who's out there lurking. Thanks for hanging out. The reason why it has sort of come to the forefront and it brain blasted me is I've been going through a lot of my old notebooks. I had a situation with I don't know why the fuck I keep defending them. I keep hemming and hawing. I had a roommate who lost his shit on me, and I had to do an emergency move out. And this was a considerable period of time ago. Let me be clear. This is not anyone's fault. I can't in good conscience be like, and this one person ruined my life. It sucked and did put my life back a lot, but I can't say that, right? So I've just finally started unpacking, really settling in to living in a place with my family, which, if any of you have been with the show for any period of time, you'll know that was a hard sell on a number of levels. But it was necessary because of life, right? So I finally started going through notebooks. I started cleaning stuff up. You still don't see it right now. and I don't like have the ability to mess with the webcam as much. The room is sorted, but there's still so many like little minute things that I want to be done with, and a part of that is I got all of these random sheets in 1,600 notebooks where I've written a single page, and that single page is garbage. I have things on here about like how I was going to do the intro video for my Twitch channel, which if any of you have checked my Twitch channel when I'm not live, you'll notice I don't have an intro video set up. And a lot of that was because we started the channel during the COVID pandemic. And so everybody was home with nothing else to do. And I was like, I've been wanting to do this for a really long time. And now I literally have no excuse not to. And I had so much time. And, you know, as the world reopened and people started going out and doing more things, that meant I had less time. Incidentally, my job doesn't actually require me to go out or do anything. My job, streaming, doesn't require me to go out or do anything. But I came across something that made me feel really, really like sad, I guess, for lack of a better phrase. And I wanted to go over it at the top of the stream because most of the people who are here right now are people like you guys are the OGs, right? So I appreciate that. It's I wrote it is a bizarre note to myself. I wrote at the top, stream today. Self-interest is divine, this too shall pass, which is a Danny Schmidt song, This Too Shall Pass, which is specifically in a reference to a parable about Solomon in the Old Testament. Anyways, none of that is the point, although it is a very psychotic thing for me to write with regards to notes to myself about content creation. But it's the thing underneath it that is more important to me. I had written down, leveled up to Twitch affiliate. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out. Making Twitch affiliate is the first step towards accomplishing some long-held personal goals, and I want to say a massive thank you to the friends who helped me get to a place where I can start making money doing what I love. And I like almost had a breakdown over that because streaming is still so much fun to me. I do still really enjoy doing this. Like more than I have any right or sense and sensibility in doing. And so much of that, so much of me being able to enjoy it is you guys, right? I don't talk about my like life situation as much because it's a lot of me whining and a lot of me being like, life is hard and things are difficult. But you know, I moved literally onto the other side of the country after dropping out of college. And I tried to figure out what to do with the shambles of my life. And it did not go well. For those of you who don't know, I moved from California to Florida, which a more dichotomous separation of ideology, of way of life. I was talking about it last night on Zomboy, but literally the streets are not lit at night where I live, which is a very silly and tiny thing to like harp on about, but it was just like, where am I? What's going on? And not having a lot of the community of friends out here that I had in California, and then having so many of them reach out to me because I was streaming, right? And sort of that togetherness that it brought in, right? And again, as the world was losing its mind and everybody was, you know, hunkering in place and everything, right? Having people be here and watch and having people hang out meant a lot. And I think there are two, maybe threefold reasons why I needed to take this break. And the first reason is streaming is now wildly different than it was when we were doing under quarantine, right? because of the living situation that I am now in, where I am with my family, and that is a contentious area for me to be for a number of reasons. I don't have as much free time. I'm doing a lot of things which are beneficial to my family, and I would say, necessary in some capacity. But it means that I do have less time to, in my idle hours, think about planning streams and think about all of the things that I want to talk about or all of the things that I want to do. I have notes in here specifically about what I was going to do with custom shout-out commands through Nightbot and stuff like that. Just like a lot of little things that when we were all sort of sitting on our hands would have been possible and would have been doable. And unfortunately, because of time and life, it just became a lot less feasible. So number one, I just need to reassess and reevaluate everything. And then number two, as more people started going out and doing more things, which is totally valid, let me be abundantly clear. I'm not going to be unhappy with people after the pandemic was over and after quarantine was over. I'm not going to be upset with people being like, hey, I'm going to go outside now. Makes sense to me. But that also means that the nature of doing this changes, right? Because I did not start streaming in 2019 when, right, the content creation was at a fever pitch, when people were producing movies about it, when before everybody started losing their mind about content creation. I did it during the time in which people were looking for that closeness, looking for ways to bridge the gap. And so just the very nature of what I'm doing is now called a little bit more into question. What are we doing? In what capacity does it make sense? So I'm taking that break off to do that. But then the third and finally, Cass is actually incidentally bringing up something that is near and dear to my heart, with regards to time restraints being the enemy of TTRPGs. I had a lot of fun, wacky ideas for what I wanted to do on stream, right? We talked a lot about doing little streams where we were painting minis. We talked about doing TTRPG shows that could be fun. And again, none of those necessarily fit into a scheme where I can do this as a job, right? So there are two worlds right now that I'm looking at, two schools of thought. School of thought number one is give up on doing content creation as your dream job, right? It's just not possible. Let your dreams be memes and accept the reality of the situation. And then keep streaming as a fun hobby and have the pleasure that I get out of streaming before, right? Because doing it as a hobby is sort of the level that we've been at this whole time. It's been incredibly entertaining. It's been so much fun being able to have you guys and to hang out, right? And doing it as a hobby releases a lot of that stress and pressure where I'm constantly looking at analytics and I'm trying to figure out what the best possible way to do things are, right? But also doing it as a hobby is the sort of final nail in the coffin of this can't happen the way it has been. There's no consistent schedule. It's, if I'm tired, right, I just don't stream because I can do that, because that's an option that's available. On the other hand, and this is the one that I'm considering, right, because until the end of the year, we're going to keep streaming as we have been. The other side of the equation is to continue to basically try, for lack of a better phrase, and sell out. And I've got bad news for the people who are like, yeah, we really enjoyed Ul'dah. It's probably a lot more looking like me trying to sell out. And the reason Why I'm saying this is because I don't want anyone who was here in the beginning, who saw the original idea and it was just like fun goofums, hangamouts. I don't want anybody who was there during that time to feel betrayed, if that makes sense. And selling out Mesfia, so we have done everything in our power to avoid being that content creator, right? For lack of a better phrase, like the one. Well, like, okay, here's an easy shorthand. We like Stream Element sometimes gives out like these like generic sponsorships to anyone who's gotten to the affiliate level, right? There were definitely times where we could have done a stream for Raid Shadow Legends, right? And the reason why we didn't just like take any old random scrap that was handed out to us, in part was because people were incredibly generous, which I was incredibly appreciative of. And the other part was because of a sort of a moral prerogative, right? I wanted the stream to be something that I could feel like if I died tomorrow and I found out that there was some sort of moral judge, Anubis with the scales, or some other sort of situation. That I would not feel compromised about the choices that I made. So, you get it. Basically making choices that I am uncomfortable with. So yeah. You don't think moving it to a hobby would be a sign of the end times? Let's say you do it as a hobby, you stream what you want, it's more authentic. Who's to say that it couldn't eventually turn into something big? So Battle Benoy, this is a very... Here is the problem with that way of thinking, and I don't mean this in an insulting way. It's a very early 2000s way of looking at the internet. There is no one gets lucky by accident anymore. And like that line of thinking is sort of the reason why content creation is so popular and so funny and so good, right? Like, let's take like a really easy example of this. And I'm not doing this for any other reason than I know a little bit of information about it, and so it's a very good framework. A lot of people are like, isn't it crazy that Taylor Swift started in New Country and has become a pop sensation? And I don't want to cast any aspersions about the quality of Taylor Swift's artwork or the nature of the endeavors that got there, but I would theoretically ask people to look up who was the constituent consumer and purchaser of those early albums that enabled someone to make those life choices. And that's the thing that I think is very frustrating about like people being like, oh, well, just like get lucky, Fivehead. And I don't mean this in a like insulting way, right? But the point is that if there is someone out there putting 110% into this every single day and they're knocking it out of the park when no one is watching, the chances of you doing it as a hobby and just accidentally making it is like your chances of winning the lottery. Sure, okay, it's legally possible, but I'm not going to go out and spend money on lottery tickets until I luckily hit the lottery, and then I'm like, fantastic, I won the lottery, and now I can become a content creator, right? Like, the problem is that if you want to succeed at this field, no one else out there is like, oh, well, like, I'll just do it as a hobby, and then miraculously, I'll get large sums of money and following. It's a grind. And so that's the reason why when it's like, oh, we'll just do it as a hobby, okay, then it's not a job. And I appreciate the whole, like, it'll be less stress and it'll be less pressure. I don't know that I would, as a hobby, be able to do it in the same capacity when I'm working a 9 to 5 back at when I was dishwashing at Universal, or when I was working at the toll roads, which was less physically strenuous, but the toll road system situation in Florida is so messed up. And if you don't know about it, I could tell you to go look it up, but long story short, it is a story about how a bunch of conservatives were like, I don't want to pay taxes, and so they got conned into paying prohibitively large sums of money to use the roads ad infinitum. The number of promises that were made to be like, no, it's good, don't worry about it. Once we pay off the roads, there will be no tolls. And then Florida realized, holy shit, the toll roads are an excellent source of money. We're never going to stop doing this. So anyways, the point is that like, maybe you guys can do it. Maybe someone out there can prove me wrong if they put their money where their mouth is and they're able to do a 9 to 5 and also do this as a hobby. But the only reason why I've been able to do it as a full-time career is because I am putting in the time and energy to make it a full-time career. And so if I stop doing that, saying maybe you'll get lucky, is kind of buck wild. So yeah. You've been friends with big accounts in certain fandoms, nothing off the table, and absolute thinking is self-sabotaging in your opinion. That's super fair, Battle Benoy. If you can give me any sort of, like, demonstrable evidence about earnings, like how much money they're making from the fandoms, and what that sort of looks like with regards to taxes, sort of the situation behind how they do it as a career choice, I'm super happy to talk with people and get additional information. I'm not an expert in any of this, right? But the problem is that saying anecdotally my friend got to like fabulous success accidentally is not very helpful, because what does that mean then? It just get lucky, Five Head? So yeah. Simply go charisma 1, luck 10. Yeah. Toll roads take a toll for sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not here to talk about the political consequences of it, but my point is, a part of the reason why I'm so enthusiastic for people to start streaming is because streaming, even at the hobby level, is not like all roses, you know what I mean? Like, I brought my brother-in-law and my sister on for Thanksgiving, right? And we did this like really big fun charity stream, and it was really nice. And at the end of it, my sister and her husband go, wow, that was exhausting. And the thing is that like I appreciate that people out there like know that this is what I like, and so like they can understand why I'm like, I enjoy streaming. But until you've tried speaking more or less nonstop for 4 hours and trying to be as amusing as you possibly can while also trying to do a game, well, let me be clear, I'm not saying that this job is as hard as fighting fires or doing heart surgery. I have no illusions about what I'm doing, which is I wanted to play games with friends and also wanted to get paid for it. I have absolutely no misunderstandings about what I'm doing, but the other side of it is, like, when you stream yourself and you're like, oh my god, the number of things that can go wrong. Another thing that, like, made me think about this, and I was like, thank god I'm going on vacation, is the fact that we've been having problems with bit rates again, right? Like, Twitch has just been saying, like, people's connections are bad, deal with it. And the ephemerality of that, where it's like, there's nothing that you can do about that. It's, like, at any point in time, you are entirely reliant on Twitch infrastructure, to just figure it out. And if they don't, because you're on the smaller side, you have to accept that you're gonna get cut. Right? Like, I'm not saying that the ad revenue from streaming has been incredible, but I am saying it's definitely helping put groceries on the table. So, yeah. You don't mean to squeeze the wound, you're just a bit late. Am I stopping streaming? No, not at all, Techno is. I'm saying we're taking a break next week, and a part of the reason why we're taking a break next week is because we gotta sort of reevaluate the whole strategy. And basically, it's been literally 4 months of me being like, I gotta sell out, but I still feel bad about it. I still feel bad about the idea of me not doing things that necessarily I want to do or necessarily I feel morally comfortable with, in the interest of trying to do content creation for real. And here's another really easy example about this, right? Everyone and their mother really enjoyed Helldivers. And let me be clear, if you enjoy Helldivers, I'm not saying you're a bad person. It's the same thing that ended up happening with Palworld, right? Like, a lot of people enjoyed Palworld. The people who played Palworld thought it was aces. And I'm not going to tell them, you can't play Palworld. I have no problem with it. I don't think you're a bad person for doing it. But my point was, with Palworld, it had that boom and it had that bust. And I was like, okay, right? Like, I don't hear about people playing Palworld anymore right now. Maybe there's a ton of people out there doing it, but realistically, if I was trying to, like, chase all of the rises and falls, what I should have done is I should have just swallowed my pride and played Palworld. And I should have just followed where the audiences were going, right? But I had personal qualms with it, things that I wouldn't allow myself to do with regards to it. The whole, like, oh, the developers do support AI, don't support AI, they stole art assets, they didn't steal art assets. What's the whole story about, you know, there's no such thing as anything new under the sun, or whatever, right? All of that, all of those combined just made me go, I'm not dealing with that. I just don't want to think about it. I don't want to, like, mire myself into it. I don't want to open up the possibility of drama. And more than anything, ultimately, at the end of the day, if I'm being 100% sincere, I didn't think Palworld was a morally permissible game for me to invest in, because I didn't like the art design, I didn't like the philosophy behind it, I just thought it was what it was. Which is fine. People are allowed to enjoy the games that they're allowed to enjoy. I'm not saying anything about that. People could very righteously point out in Final Fantasy XIV all of the optional cosmetics, or the way that MMORPGs are intrinsically predatory with the content schedules and schema. All valid things. Palworld crossed a line for me personally that Final Fantasy XIV doesn't. And all of the games that I've played are games where I went, I like the message that's being presented here, I like the design philosophy that's being presented here, I like what I see. And it's possible that any one of the games that I like, you could go back and you're like, actually the developer was horribly abusive, and the crunch time was miserable, and, like, ruined all of the coders' lives. I'm like, you know what? That's a conversation I'm willing to have when it happens. There's no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism. I get it. That's not the intention, right? But again, with my original guiding philosophy behind this stream being, I want to stream something that I can be proud of, Palworld did not fit into that scheme. Helldivers is the exact same situation. Do I think the developers are doing something really cool with the living game concept, with the whole, we're going to issue orders, like live updates, and have it so that way, you know, when you like succeed in the orders, you get special rewards, and the entire idea of, like, it being a satire? Are all of those fundamental composite parts interesting? Yes. And I have no problem with it. And I enjoy, like, hearing about Helldivers. I enjoy listening to other people tell me about Helldivers. I'm not going to play it. And the reason why is simple. I'm morally not thrilled with the idea of a game, even if it's supposed to be satire, right? And people have been like, oh, they make jokes about Super Earth and all of that jazz. Helldivers is on the wrong side of Warhammer 40k for me. Warhammer 40k is this entire world about fascist supremacy, about the Imperium of Man, about the sort of tools with which fascism uses to institutionalize and integrate the idea of the supreme leader being more than. And obviously a part of what makes Warhammer a little bit of a more silly universe and more satirical is that it's true, right? The God Emperor of Mankind is not Mussolini. It's literally some sort of like 40-story tall god angel creature that can like shoot laser beams out of its eyes. Like, yes, okay, I understand why people have decided to agree to work for that thing. It's a little bit different. Space Marines aren't humans. They're 8 feet tall, have 2 hearts, have 6 lungs, have advanced regeneration, and also have like 3 brains. Like, yeah, okay, I get it. Like, they like obviously there are parts of the setting where you're supposed to go, the Ubermensch is only so much of a nail you can hit on the head, right? But Helldivers doesn't do that. And that's a part of the thing that I think is a little bit frustrating. Yeah, you can name your ship silly things. Yeah, you can do all of that. But the reason why I missed the Helldivers bump is because I didn't feel right. Like, it didn't feel right with everything that's going on in the world today, with the situation that's going on in Eastern Europe, the situation that's going on in the Middle East, where I was like, can I, in good conscience right now, with me, not saying anything else about anybody else in the world, I'm not saying if you play Helldivers, it means you hate the idea of civil discourse, but can I, in good conscience, do this right now? And I looked at it and I went, the answer is no. There's just a line there that I'm not comfortable with crossing. And so I didn't. And that can't be the case going forward necessarily. Oh, what's another one that was really big on TikTok? Buckshot Roulette. Buckshot Roulette, everybody was losing their mind about it because it was grungy, it was dark, it was invoking a little bit of that, the inscription, that inscription energy, but people loved Buckshot Roulette. And then, right, I looked at it and I was like, oh, this is really interesting. Like, I see where people are coming from. But I thought about it from the perspective of somebody, because the sort of introduction is, you wouldn't be here if you weren't poor, mentally ill, or both, right? And like, I get that as the set dressing is supposed to be like, it's very grim dark, like, ooh, this is a tough situation to be in. You're down on your luck. But I thought about that and I was like, am I comfortable with a game where I'm playing someone who is depressed, and so that's why they're going into whatever this illegal den seems to be, and then I'm going to just like risk doing it? And like, the gameplay design itself is fine, right? There are mechanics that like allow you to manipulate the situation about whether or not you're going to dome yourself. But all of those were things that made it really difficult for me to say, yeah, I'm gonna play Buckshot Roulette. You know what I mean? And the era of me being able to say, these are some personal objections that I have, are fast disappearing. So, you know, all I'm trying to say with that is that I appreciate everyone who's saying just like you can keep that sort of strong moral foundation, but the problem is that at some point in time I can't. If I want this to be a thing that puts food on the table and pays rent, I've got to start chasing trends. And I'm sorry about that, but it is what it is. It's entertainment and it's hard. And if it's not hard, that's a different flavor of entertainment. It's more so that there's a heavy emphasis in consistency and networking, a lot of investment in social currency that has resulted in people getting dream jobs. But as you said, it's rare. But I suppose what I'm getting at is there are people that didn't come from crazy backgrounds. But I get you, just wanted to see your dream realized. No, Battle Benoit, and like, this is the thing, right? Is if the only chance of us getting it was having a wealthy family or having insane connections, right? I should give up on my dreams. Because if that's the only way to do it, and I don't have either of those two composite things, that means I'm not going to get it, right? I understand what you mean about, like, not talking about absolutes, like, opening up the world to, like, to the possibilities, right? But the reason why I put this, like, sort of ultimate, like, final note here is I have been, up until this point, over the last year or so, living solely off of the income from streaming to do live. And that is an incredible blessing. Let me be abundantly clear. I am so thankful for everyone who subscribed, for everyone who's doing bits. Y'all made that possible. I did not do anything, right? Even the people who are just watching or lurking, the fact that there's like a little bit of ad revenue that comes from that as well. I am grateful. I don't want this to be like, I can't believe you guys aren't giving me more money, right? But a part of the problem is it is a real shoestring budget. And so that's a part of the reason why I can't keep it with the philosophy that I've had previously, right? Is that worked during COVID and during everybody being inside and locked down. It's not working now. And, you know, I think it probably says something about the death of, what is it? When ideology meets reality, but it is what it is. It's the same social drain as working in retail. I fundamentally disagree before I'm taking this week off, right, Sabara? Because I would say all of you guys in here right now are highly restorative for me. I enjoy all of you guys so much for being here, for chatting. I oftentimes think, even if you bring up something that challenges my perspective or my viewpoint, you bring it up in a way that is so eloquent and so polite, right? Like this is the thing, is that, like, I've talked about this before. We punch above our weight on this stream because of you guys, because you guys are actively, like, having a conversation with me, because we have a higher viewership per subscriber rate than necessarily a lot of channels have on average across the board. Like, you guys are incredible, and I'm deeply appreciative about that. But also, the other side of that means that I don't actually have a lot of the same problems that other people do. Like talking with you guys is genuinely good for my mental health. And so when I don't stream, I do miss it. I do miss it so much. But, like, that's the other side of the equation, right? Is, like, most people's jobs out there are not good for their mental health. And the fact that streaming is so good for mine is a uniquely blessed and privileged position that I get, right? So, most people have beaten it, so on to the next. Oh, is that talking about Pal World? Is Pal World not getting any more updates? Like, again, and this is such a bad thing for me to be, like, harping on about. Nobody's talking about Pal World anymore. This is, like, months old news, right? But, like, the thing that bothered me the most was the, like, art assets for, like, walls and towers and, like, the construction of parapets versus the assets for the pals. And, like, I know you're gonna be like, what are you on about? But I was just like, yo, like, it just doesn't feel like the same. It doesn't feel like the same team worked on it more than anything else. And so, like, when people were like, we love this game, I'm like, I'm not gonna tell you you're not allowed to, but, like, okay, like, I was confused to all get out. But then again, I played Dragon's Dogma 2 to death, and I'm still playing it in my free time, and the world universally hates Dragon's Dogma 2, so maybe the lesson here is, I am the opposite of up on trends. But yeah. No, Battle Benoit, I think I'm understanding what you're putting down. Do not sweat it. Power World has low replay value, Helldivers has great replay value. And, like, this is the thing, Sabara, is that, like, I am sure if I played Helldivers, I would enjoy the heck out of it. I am positive I would be on comms, I'd get into the roleplay of, like, being, like, for Super Earth, right? Because, like, on a certain level in time, we can all realize it's a joke and we can all put it aside. But, like, it just doesn't do enough for me to go over that line of full-blown satire. The thing with regards to, it wasn't called Super Troopers, what was it called? I'm doing my part, the original, I cannot remember the name of it, Starship Troopers. The thing that Starship Troopers did that distinguished it in the field of, like, it's not it's not a little too serious, right? It is genuinely a narrative about sort of the dangers and the horror of it. Is the part where they have that communication with the bugs, right? Is the part where they realize there's like a full blown moment where it's like, you are the bad guy. It is unescapable if you are paying any attention to the movie whatsoever that be like humanity is the aggressor and is very explicitly and like irrefutably in the wrong, right? And like when people who are doing the like deep lore dives and they're talking about how like the automatons might be a like descendant race from a future situation, that's all well and good. I don't doubt that is intentional. But a part of the problem is by not putting that on the tin, by not making that like the explicit outset, which of course I understand why they wouldn't. It would be a bummer to say, in this game you play as a baby murderer, and it's not a good thing. Because it's like sort of put under veneers and like put there as like a, hey, if you get it, you realize we're tongue-in-cheek, is that it puts more barriers in the way for people to realize that it's actually bad, right? And like, again, questions about like humanity's place in the cosmos and other things like that is an entirely separate narrative. And like, again, do I think people who play it are like gun-toting fascists who are going to go out and like create like a like hyper-militarized world? Like, no, I don't think it's a one-for-one, right? I know plenty of great, amazing people who do amazing charitable work who do also play Helldivers. It's just something that it didn't do enough for me personally. So, you get it. Hi, Max. Can you tell we're having a serious conversation this stream? I decided to return to the old format of For Me Fridays, which is me talking too much, and then getting into the game, which I promise, we're doing variant dungeons, cross my heart. So yeah. A lot of games that pop off like that are just trying to capture the success and vibe of a unique game that popped off. That's why FNAF happened, and now there's a bajillion mascot horror knockoffs. Yeah, absolutely, Battle Benoit. The other thing that I want to talk about that a little bit too, right, is there was this time in which I'm on observation duty started like exploding, right? And everybody was like super into I'm on observation duty. And the thing is that I don't really enjoy like the I Spy genre of video games. Like, I think I'm on observation duty was doing something interesting, but it's not a game that I would normally play, right? So I skipped it. I just skipped I'm on observation duty. And then a subsequent spin-off came out, which was Exit 8. It was free. There was no reason for me not to do it, but for me personally, there was no reason to do it, right? Like, even with me saying I'm selling out by playing old Final Fantasy games, I'm starting with the one that actually has me the most interested, right? Final Fantasy IV, the one that JR got for us, because it feels like a narrative I'm interested in. It's got grounding in Endwalker and stuff like that, right? Me being like, Legend of Zelda is me selling out is realistically not that much of a sellout either. It's just that, I'll be honest with you, there's never been a point in time in my life where I was like, I care about that stupid guy in the green outfit with the blonde hair who says, yep, and yeah, and captures fairies in bottles and eats them, drinks them. But, you know, Legend of Zelda doesn't, like, personally go against anything that I care about. I just have never been interested, right? So, that the me avoiding the rise and fall of games has been my effort to try and have that sort of moral through line. MMORPGs are just bad. Yes, you're not wrong. How many hours do I have in Final Fantasy XIV right now? Which a lot of it was me not actually playing the game, just me forgetting to turn it off before falling asleep. Oh my god. No, I'm not going to say that number out loud. If you're my friend on Steam, you can check it out for yourself. It is... Jesus Christ, that can't be right. How many days would that be? That can't be right. Fuck me. that maybe I should reconsider my life. It's not selling out playing the old Final Fantasy games, Clary. And again, right, like this is the difference, right? Is because like I'm constantly online, constantly researching things, which is nonsense, right? Like I realize all of you guys are like, whatever, do it or don't do it, right? But like I'm like, is this okay? There was that whole backlash on Final Fantasy 16 being an action adventure, right? As opposed to the old Final Fantasies being that turn-based RPG, right? So if you weren't in the tens of thousands of hours, I'm going to be disappointed. Sabra, I'm actually not in the tens of thousands of hours. We are currently at 362 days, non-stop, full 24-hour days of me playing Final Fantasy 14. And if you're like, why? It's weird that you're saying 362 full days. That's because I don't want to tell you the actual bigger number, and you can figure it out yourselves. But yeah, it's good to see you, Vampire Lord. Hey. Biblically accurate God Emperor, right? And that's the thing, Cass, is that like a part of what makes, and I applied this to Attack on Titan as well when there was the big hullabaloo about whether or not Attack on Titan was or was not morally permissible. Attack on Titan for me was made an okay narrative by the virtue of there being literal giants out there who were eating humanity, right? And like I know when they go into the like how did all of the Titans get created and everything, right? There's like moral backdrop stuff that again ties for me very closely to Ishgard and the whole Dragon Song War. And if you're a normal person and you don't know what Ishgard is, but you do know what Attack on Titan is, long story short, it's a whole you reap what you sow situation. Humanity made the Titans, and so as a result, that's a part of the reason why there's that problem. It's a lot more nuanced than that, and it's a lot more careful, and there's a lot of conversation about whether or not Attack on Titan had a pro-fascist or anti-fascist narrative, but the end statement there is, I was more permissive on Attack on Titan because of the fact that there were literal Titans. I am more permissive on Warhammer because there is literal chaos. If at no point in time in Helldivers the bugs or the automatons or whatever are actually a real and pressing danger to Super Earth, anyways, that's besides the point. Space Marines are Time Lords. Space Marines do have enhanced regenerative abilities, Vampire Lord, which is a part of the reason why Space Marines are not humans. A lot of people who are talking about, like, the Imperium of Man is, like, is modern day anything analog. It's just false, because the entire idea is that they are genetically engineered super soldiers, which is literally the entire thing about Nietzsche's Übermensch, which is in and of itself, like, it's got a strong philosophical foundation for why it is satirical, but that's besides the point. I'm sounding like a bug sympathizer? Sabra, that's the point! I am a bug sympathizer! The bugs, like, anyway, listen, here's the thing. I am a bug sympathizer. Here, so like, take a clip, Demiced, bug sympathizer, and go ahead and get me banned from the Helldiver servers, or however that works. But like, I just like, that's the thing, right? Is like, even that tagline alone is heavy. We're approaching the hour mark, so we're gonna wrap it up and get into Final Fantasy 14. But I did wanna catch us up, right? So yeah. The thing though is you don't have to chase every trend. You can play some sellout games, but you don't have to play every single one, especially if it goes against your morals. So Wirebone, you are correct. That is a part of the reason why I've been so like ground up in this whole situation. The fact that I am saying that I am willing to compromise on some games versus others is a stance that I have never taken or explicitly said, right? Basically, I was saying anything that I do on a stream, you could take to the bank, and that is the demised philosophy, right? And like I've had a lot of conversations with people about this, about how, you know, when you're streaming, you have a streaming persona, and when you're not, right? The person on stream is not necessarily the person that people are getting when they're actually interacting with you. And my streamer persona, I think, is very close to just normal demised, for those of you who know me. I see you, Froge Valfroge. You can confirm, deny whether or not this is basically how I am in real life, and anyone else who knows me in that capacity, right? But I did not want to shift it where I say I am willing to sell out on certain areas. I am willing to chase trends on certain areas without making it as big and explicit as possible. Because moralistically, the thing that hit me about this was I never wanted to hit a point where I was chasing any trends at all. Me wanting to play Fire Emblem on stream was not because Fire Emblem has a massive fandom and because it was very appealing. It's because I like the idea of playing chess with little pieces that talk and scream in pain when they die. And you can't get that with a lot of other games. Although I have been looking at Unicorn Overlord, just as a heads up. And we might dabble with that, because I like the look of it better than Fire Emblem Engage. And that's another conversation that we're not necessarily going to get into too much, but Fire Emblem Engage is another thing that I was like, I cannot in good conscience play this. So yeah. Max saying, what do you mean? We are extremely wealthy. Wealthy with friends. Honestly and unironically true, right? Again, the only reason why we've been able to get this far, the only reason why we are at year 3 of streaming, is because you guys have been so generous and you guys have been so kind. And that's not just about money or even about lurking or watching the streams. That's also about like people like just giving me artwork to do. Like, obviously we ended up commissioning some emotes, but a lot of our starting emotes, a lot of our follower emotes, those were given to us for free. I referred to them as an art person. Our art person, if you don't know who our art person is, you haven't been paying a lot of attention, but there have been so many things that have just been donated to the channel on that side as well. Like, it's just been, everybody has been so incredibly giving. Actually, I was thinking about this because it was one of the notes that I wrote down in here months ago. Sabata has this like really funny like GIF emote, animated emote of like my mouth like Pac-Manning across like some like pellets, and like months ago I wrote down in my notes, add this to Twitch streams and make this like a regular emote, and I just still haven't done it because I just haven't been able to find the time. And I think it's so funny. I think it's so funny, and like I kind of beat myself up about missing it when Sabata first did it. Because that's the sort of like rise and fall that I'm talking about with streaming, that if you want to make it a career, you've got to be on. I just haven't been on it. But yeah, all the examples you give, to be honest, were frankly disappointing. If I heard someone say they play those games for money despite those pretty significant reasons, it make me less inclined to support them. Genuinely and genuinity and trust from your audience, you know? No, it's true, Wirebone. And again, I think, like, would I still be willing to play Helldivers after I do this? I don't know, right? Like, Helldivers is one of those ones where, again, maybe if I found the right group of people, right? Let's look at the games that we are going to be playing after we take our week break. V Rising. It's a game about being vampires. Y'all know I hate vampires. Y'all know I hate those filthy bloodsuckers. Am I going to play one? Yes, because the original parable about vampires and about Dracula is something that I am okay with taking on the chin, right? Sorry, Vampire Lord. I listen, it would bite you. But I don't have like any personal qualms with that. Project Zomboid, zombie apocalypse narratives. I freaking love zombie apocalypse narratives. You know, is there something to be said for the egregious failings of Nintendo as a company when we're talking about doing some Legend of Zelda streams. There's plenty of discourse to be had about that, but I don't know that there's any problem with the Legend of Zelda games and the franchise. And then, Final Fantasy. There's a lot of complaints about the current CEO of Squeenix, but even that being said, right, old Final Fantasy games are products of their time in a lot of situations, but are generally speaking above reproach. So, even when I'm like, I'm about to sell out, am I really? But I do get what you're saying, and I do appreciate the through line, right? It's just, there are a lot of choices that I had made in an effort to be earnest that I might be a little bit more relaxed on going forward. So yeah, much worse than retail. Well, authenticity is very, very valuable. I appreciate that, right? And like, let's take a very easy example. Right now, we are doing better with me just chatting shop here at the top than we have done this entire week, right? This entire week, we've been averaging somewhere around 10, 11 viewers. And the number of possible variables that could be contributing to that are insane. Is it because we're in just chatting, and just chatting is one of the most populated categories? Is it that it's Friday, and so more people are available this Friday? Is it just because Top Hat is here, and y'all love hanging out with Top Hat? But, right, like, is it because I said this is the last stream before break? There are so many possible variables that can be contributive. But long story short, right, this is just the best we've done all week, and this is the least effort I put into being prepared before stream. So, you get it. But yeah. You can challenge my viewpoint easily. Take my glasses off. Ah, foolish of me. There you go. But yeah. Y'all being eloquent. You joke. Clary, Cass, y'all are joking about the eloquence point. But I fundamentally disagree with it, with you guys, your guys' joke. If you go to other chats, right? And again, as I'm saying, I want to be a bigger streamer, and so these are the kinds of chatters that I theoretically want. But if you go into other chats, right, it's a lot of lols and like raffles and like kappa faces and like, you know, just a lot of emotes. And that's good. Let me be clear, especially because they're trying to convey a message very quickly in a very populated chat that's moving very fast. I get why they do that. But for me, right, you guys type in complete sentences. And I know that's such a stupid thing to take pride in. I know it's very dumb and it's not the Twitch meta, but I'm very happy when you guys type in full sentences, and so therefore I can consume that, right? And this has been a conversation I've had in the past as well. Like, oh, is that not indicative of the fact that you're not suited for the Twitch meta? You should not be a Twitch streamer. You should instead be a YouTube content creator, or you know, do more Patreon stuff or whatever. And in the past, I was like, well, maybe, but right, we're gonna try and shore it up. We're gonna try and figure some things out with regards to all of those statements. But I when you guys give me a full sentence, I'm like, yes. This is the reason why my community is better than most other communities on Twitch, is I like being able to have a coherent line of thought. And I know that's bad, that's not good for the meta, but I like it. So there you go. I fundamentally disagree with the politics and viewpoint of this game, but I would consider streaming it for money going forward. Is awful to hear, quite honestly. And Wirebone, I get your stance on this, and this is a part of the reason why I'm being a little bit more explicit about it, right? I'm not going to say, right, that turning around after this week, like if Power World, like if a second Power World situation came out, I would hop onto it, right? I'm not saying that explicitly, but I am saying that before, where it was a very easy choice, is a little bit more complicated now, right? And a part of the reason is, again, after 3 years of streaming, we are at 500 followers. And that's an accomplishment. That's impressive, especially with the things that I talked about how our chat is not conducive to the meta, it's not good for engagement, right? Like, I am so thankful that we have grown as much as we have with the glorious number of failings that I've had as a content creator, right? But a part of why I'm saying this is, unfortunately, if I do want this to be a career, and I don't have the amount of money to invest in years and years and years of just trying to plug away at this, I'd like health insurance. Not to be too explicit about it, but I would like to have some knowledge that theoretically I could maybe one day start saving money and not live paycheck to paycheck. And unfortunately, in this specific field, that means that there's going to have to be some considerations that we have to make. And are those considerations explicitly, I will sell my soul for $5? No. But is the conversation possible now where it wasn't before? Yes. And if people really don't like that, again, the reason why I'm saying it now is so that way people can sever ties, because I want to be transparent. Or, when I launch my Patreon, pay me money there. Which is real terrible shilling out, but I'll be honest, right? Like that's where we are, is as things currently stand, it is difficult and untenable. And a part of the reason why we started using the goals down below with regards to, getting more money on stream and things like that is because once we hit a certain number of concurrent subscribers, I'll just be getting more of the money you guys are already giving me. So we've talked about this before. Once we hit 100 concurrent subscribers, people who are already giving $5 for a subscription, right, I will be getting, instead of $2.50, $3 out of that. More people, you don't have to give me more money. More of the money you are already giving will go towards me, which is one side of that, how that's good. When we talk about doing Patreon and things like that, that's going to be another part of the conversation about hey, this is explicitly me selling out because I don't feel like I can justify saying I want a Patreon, because for $5 you can, I don't know if it's $5 for Netflix anymore. What is Netflix at now? $20? Whatever. But, the whole, I don't know that I can feel good about asking for money, and if no one signs up for it, I won't honestly be that upset. But I need to start doing it to try if I want to say I'm going to make a living off of this, right? So, yeah. Helldivers is a lot of fun, especially for the memes. No, for sure. I totally, again, right, let me be clear. I don't think people are bad for playing Helldivers. I just personally was like, don't use Starship Troopers as an example of going far enough. People still don't get that it's satire. Vampire Lord, if someone doesn't get that it's satire, when the movie stops, someone breaks the fourth wall and says, this is a satire, at that point in time, I don't blame Starship Troopers. So, yeah. What could possibly be wrong with managed democracy? Oh, no, you're right. Sorry, Samada. I'm the one crossing the line here, actually. So, yeah. God, 1NFK put in variant time, I can guarantee you at least 20 minutes ago. So, there you go. The girls who get it, and the girls who don't, Gort? I don't know that one. This is when I started talking about how I don't like Legend of Zelda. Max, 100% there with you on that one. You're so confused with my term for sellout. To me, what I'm describing is just trying something I was not interested in before to see if you like it. Trying new things isn't selling out. But if my incentive for trying new things is just to try and capitalize on its popularity, for me, that feels like selling out. So, you get it. It's not selling out to play the old Final Fantasy games. I know, but the thing is that I never had any interest in it before, and the reason why I'm going to try the old Final Fantasy games, if we're being 100% honest, is because, with the exception of 4, I am interested in 4, but the only reason why I'm playing them really is because I'm trying to capitalize on the fact that Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail is coming out, and that's kind of me trying to explicitly be manipulative with regards to the content that I'm making and the theoretical ability to grab audience, right? Like, because before, right, like when we were talking about the hobbyist side of it, when we were doing it strictly more as a hobby, and we got one person from a Persona 5 Royal game, one person from us playing Sovereignty, right? That was the sort of organic growth that felt really amazing, because it was like, oh, we're just doing what we want and we're still growing. The problem is that growth has really plateaued out. So, yeah. Simply go into the React meta. You know what sucks, Cass? Is that the React meta is still going strong today. It's not going as strong as it was, obviously, but I would be doing better if I was a reaction streamer, YouTuber, whatever. I should just do the React meta. And that's another part of me being like, maybe I will sell out, is like, there's nothing wrong with the React meta on a holistic philosophical viewpoint, but like, I just don't like it. If you aren't in the tens of thousands of hours, I'm going to be disappointed. Yeah. It's the Foundation AFKing, which is why I have so many hours. Battle Bonoy is not wrong. In case you're interested, on Aether Siren, I have Elish AFK in line with a bunch of other Temple Knights. And that's because I have no life. A little more over you've got a little over 100 more days than me in Final Fantasy XIV. Automatons are absolutely evil, no questions asked. Wasn't there a whole thing about them being the like cyborg races, the cyber races, like offspring, and that's the reason why they're fighting against Super Earth? Like, I'm not like deep into the lore of Helldivers, but yeah. The bugs and automatons are dangerous to manage. Democracy itself? Okay. Sounds like you're okay with things as long as they're actual metaphors. It's more nuanced than that, again, Vampire Lord. But I'm not gonna go into it too much, because again, we're an hour and 16 minutes over, and this is how I used to stream way back in the way back. But no, it's not that it's a lack of metaphors, right? Because the thing with oh my god, my brain turned off. The thing with Helldivers 2 is that it is a metaphor, right? Like, people are bringing up how it is very explicitly allegorical. But for me, the problem isn't that they're not actual metaphors, but rather that I don't know that they've done enough to truly cross the line into satire, right? Like, you can tongue-in-cheek be like, oh, you're really into whatever, right? Like, that guy's really into yo-yoing, and it's kind of weird. And like, you could go up to them and be like, hey, have you walked any dogs recently, right? And that's not satirical. You're like poking fun, but you're not explicitly doing something as a condemnation. And then if you want to be satire, right, which is explicitly being a condemnation of the thing that you're satirizing, you need to go a little bit harder, right? You need to go fully into the dangers of it, the consequences of it, the bad things that happen from it. And yo-yoing is a bad example, because like, if you yo-yo too much, like, what's the worst that's going to happen? Like, you cut off circulation in one of your fingers, like, it becomes your entire personality and you lack any other things. Like, I'm not gonna diss people for playing around with yo-yos, but you get what I'm saying. They have direct impact on Super Earth by not falling under managed democracy. Oh boy. Okay. People talking about me talking. It's like dad during the day. Yeah. We killed the mice after dark because there was not a lot of like turn up for it. But for whatever reason, right? Like, people really like me just chatting shop. So there you go. Demiced before dusk. Yeah, there you go. Can confirm this man talks all the time IRL too. Hell yeah. Love the hour philosophy lectures with Professor Elish Demiced. Kaz. Clearly he plays a Fire Emblem because he's an absolute monarchist. Okay, I don't talk about this very much because it is a very weird side tangent among side tangents. The whole situation in Fire Emblem with them like never budging on, like, the fact that I consider the Blue Lions route in Fire Emblem Three Houses the true route is because it is 100% absolute monarchy with concessions made to the church, which is what it always is, which is probably a bad indication of stereotypical like medieval fantasy fare, but you get it. So you would tame it and it would be your buddy. Honestly, the people who make a big fuss about old games messaging drives you around the bends. Not everything is about sending a pro-con message about a thing. Sometimes it's a fun game. Yes and no, Cass. And the reason why I'm going to say no, yes, self-apparent, there are parts of that message that I agree with. But the no is that every developer who makes a game has anonymous gifter. Thank you so much for gifting out those 2 subs. Thank you for gifting it out to Witch Sand and Littell. Latte? Not 100% sure how you pronounce those, but thank you. Yeah, we're at 64 out of 70. But yeah, the reason why I say there's a part that I disagree with you on is there is a core section of a game developer that is going to be put into their game no matter what, right? And the reason why I say this is because take into consideration Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, and Witch Sand and Littell, if you're here, be sure to express your thanks to Anon. The reason why I bring this up is because of things like Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. So if you were born past the year 2000, this is not for you. The fact that there are people who could be born past the year 2000 and be over 18 does make me mildly insecure about my age, but here we are. In Fallout 2, I believe, there was a moment where you go to New Reno, and it is an explicit satirical piece against the porn industry, which is such a targeted and specific thing to include in your isometric turn-based RPG, right? The whole thing in Fallout 2 about like Richard Nixon's severed head still being in control of the Enclave, things like that, right? All of those make it into the game and are very explicitly references, right? And you could make an argument that, well, like, oh, that's very obvious, so that's not like the message, it's not so subtle, it's not so hidden. But the point is that when developers make games and there's a moral question, an ethical question, the developers of the game never present the solution as maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. They present the solution with the backing of game rewards, quest completion, XP, incentives for whichever solution that you're picking. And so even though they might not be going out and saying, eat a baby, when the baby eating quest comes up and you get more XP for eating the baby than not eating the baby, that's when there is a message that is coming out. Obviously, I'm not talking about games that have baby eating quests, really. If there are any games out there, I am sorry, it is a purely hypothetical, fictitious comparison. But you get it. You have to head to tabletop. I'm sorry, Underfriend, I'm sure you're not here, but thank you so much. You're here to shitpost, fair enough. Yeah, y'all talk a lot, as evidenced by me desperately trying to catch up to chat. We give feedback that can be understood, which I appreciate. Even now, apropos of nothing, Clary, you do give feedback that I can understand, but also in relation to what we were talking about earlier, there with it, yeah. End of chat is an illusion made up by big abbreviation. Lol. Unique being in the Twitch Dyson sphere of suffering, yeah. You won't sell your soul for $5, but you will sell your backpack for a tier 1 sub. So Techno is normally, in the olden days of me streaming, you offering to give me money for it would have been an automatic no. You being like, hey, I'll give you a tier 1 sub for ditching the backpack, which is not the way that you would play the game normally. That's what I mean by selling out a little bit, right? Is there were people in the past who were like, I'll give you $5 to ditch your entire Final Fantasy XIV inventory, right? And I took great personal offense to that, because as much as I'm a dancing monkey on the screen, I'm a principled dancing monkey. And so I didn't want it to be a situation where people could be like, I'll give you $100 right now if you take off your shirt, right? Because the idea was I didn't want people who couldn't give money, who weren't in a position to donate or to sub, to feel like it wasn't a stream for them as well. Because that's how worried I was about the morals and the ethics about the stream. And so, unfortunately, that was a divisive point. And you being like, I'll give you a tier 1 sub to ditch the backpack. In the past, I would have been like, absolutely not. That's not the kind of space we are. Now, maybe that is the kind of space we are. We'll have to figure it out. So, you get it. Netflix is $15. Gotcha. And Raven, it's a career. You gotta do what you gotta do. I appreciate it. Again, I'm gonna try and be as principled and moral as we can be, but you get it. What? I don't like Zelda? I have no positive feelings about Zelda. Again, I see Wirebone negging me about not playing 14. I'm gonna speed up real fast here. Long story short, I knew a guy named Gary. Gary, this is just a call-out post for Gary. Sorry, Gary, if you're out there watching my streams. Gary was a real weirdo, a real Class A freak. I was not a big fan of Gary, but he did an amazing Link cosplay. He had an incredible Link cosplay. I believed he was Link. And so, unfortunately, Gary and Link became indelibly fused together. And so, what ends up happening is every time I see Link, I think of Gary, and it's bad. And that association is not on Legend of Zelda. It's not fair for me to do that, but I just hate Link because of it. I would respond to the selling out comment, but it would take too long to get here. Well, alright, how dare you? That's not what it is. Selling out, my definition. I appreciate it, Lemmy. If it's you wanting to be able to keep doing this and remain, like, alive, to not go do work instead, doing stuff to enable you to keep doing it isn't selling out as much as it is committing to doing the thing you like. I appreciate that. Again, it's just going to have to be a difference of definitions as we get there, but that's where I am overall. Interest comes in many forms. You never know what could lead to something that you might enjoy. Yeah. God, this is us talking about the React meta. I'm speeding up. People love React meta. It's real good. The React meta is good, and there's nothing wrong with it. I just hate it. Non-seller idea, we could play casual Magic the Gathering Commander, but instead of losing health points, we lose clothing. No. And that's in part because I'm uncomfortable with Wizards of the Coast these days. No ethical consumption under capitalism. I warned you guys. I'm skipping over the automatons. It's not relevant to our conversation right now. Love you, Cass. Again, we got to Gifter, Battle Benoit, explicitly talking about birthdays after the year 2000. We are the bad guys. I think they messed up by leaving just enough plausible deniability that it may not be satire, which I get the desire to let players question more naturally without ever confirming it. Helldivers 2, yes. So one of the things about Helldivers that you liked, shots, not exclusively, totalitarianism, just visuals of one, language of the other, so spouse to a lot of people, fair. Tell me the pros cons of the Snakes game. The Snakes games? Are you talking about the one where it's like the little boy? It's a conversation about consumerism. It's a bit like the snake's tail gets longer, and when the snake runs into its own tail, like an Ouroboros, it is consumed too much. It's getting in its own way. The Snakes games is a great parable about there being a message inside of it. Because as a game, there's no mechanic to apply verbs to that doubt. Fair, Lemmy. Sim Ant? I've never played Sim Ant, so I don't know anything about it. Richard Nixon's severed head. You mean President Dick Richardson, surely. Cass touching upon the Fallout 2 plausible deniability. By the logic that morals are incentivized by the game dev, clearly Larian believes in mass murder as the right way to play, as it gives you more experience to kill everyone. Larian Studios is obviously an adherent to 3.5 Dungeons and Dragons. So, back in 3.5 Dungeons and Dragons, you didn't get XP for talking people down, right? You only got XP for murdering people. I would argue that the Larian system follows that Dungeons and Dragons system, whether or not Gary Gygax in the world of Greyhawk and the world of Dungeons and Dragons Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 3rd Edition, or Dungeons and Dragons 3.5, in and of itself are advocates of murder, is a different conversation that we need to have. But also a different conversation we need to have with Gary Gygax is, why did you make it in 1st Edition that elves just had a 35% chance to ignore magic? Fuck you, Gary. Chainmail was a bad miniatures war game, and you're a bad person. Anyways, how many bits to cheer to get streamer to play game? I'm sorry, I promise we're playing the game after this. I'm catching up. Incoming hot tub streams, no. Cure inventory is money, sure. Backpack thing was stressful at all, your bad? Don't worry about it, TechnoWiz. Again, this is the thing, like, me being like, please give me money stresses me out, despite the fact that I am explicitly like a busker on the side of the, like, subway being like, look at me being entertaining, give me your pocket change, right? Are you Gary? You're not Gary. It's not Gary's mod. It's a guy that I went to college with. He was fine, and then we became friends, and then he started sharing a lot of personal details, and they were real freak details. And, like, I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum. I don't think Gary is, at his core, a bad person, but I was like, oh, this is too much for me. Never played SimAnt, Tisk. I don't know what that is. Nowadays, you're leaning towards only buying secondhand. Fair. You were supposed to get XP for overcoming an obstacle in 3.5, but it's difficult. Yeah, it's fair. Larian did Divinity Original Sin, which wasn't a reference to any version of D&D, although systems were derived from it. Sure, fine. And we're caught up. If you had 3 kombuchas and at least 9 billion, I don't even know what this is, Battle Minnow, I'm skipping it. Cass is a bad person? Untrue. We think Cass is, at worst, a decent person. Okay. We're caught up. We're playing Final Fantasy XIV. I promise. It's happening. Right now. I should have ran a poll to see if people thought we would get to it in time. But this is why I said we're being self-indulgent. It's a For Me Friday. I think my phone died, which might prevent me from being able to log in because of my 2-factor authentication. My phone has 5% left. We're good. But Frontlines. So I'm not doing Frontlines, unfortunately, Presna, because we've been talking about doing variant dungeons for 1,000 years. So we are going to do variant dungeon. Oh! This is unfortunate. Okay, it's not my 2-factor authentication. It's my password manager. Hold on, I'm gonna have to manually type in my password from my password manager in order to actually log in. My password manager is down for some reason. What happened to my password manager? It just keeps saying an unexpected error occurred. Now to read my password out loud so that way chat can give it to me. Wow. Manually typing out your password from a password manager is hell. I do not recommend this experience. And we'll catch you, JR. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, Elish is gone entirely from the universe. Why is my internet so slow? What's happening? Oh, it was for Vampire Lord popping out. Thank you, JR. Okay. Yeah, you know, people have stopped rioting since you and Salvada and Top Hat have not been here for a little bit. And you know, I'm not saying that that's anybody's fault, but you know, you get it. To my OnlyFans link. Okay. In the spirit of 100% transparency, right? I've been thinking about, like, you know, some of the weird wacky like pay me to do X or Y. And a friend a long time ago sent me a link to basically buy a friend, like pay me $5 an hour and I'll play League of Legends with you. And like, I was so desperate to avoid what I call selling out on stream that I was like, would I let someone buy hours of my time to play video games with them? Because like a bunch of them also advertise their Twitch streams in their like friend purchase accounts, and I was like, maybe. Must make up the riots. Y'all haven't been rioting, I'm just saying. How many bits for you to drag a gator into your bedroom as a guest streamer? Literally hundreds of thousands of bits to cover my medical bills after it bites off my arm. Feet pics. I don't know that I'm flexible enough to pull it off anymore. Ah! There you go. There's your feet pic, you freaks. That's what we're kind of doing. Kind of. It's true. It seems like a Groupon for that, yeah. You charge at least $30 an hour for your friendship fare. I did just show my foot for free. There you go. But that was the underside of my foot. If you want the top part of my foot, that's when you subscribe to my Patreon. What are we doing? We're doing variant dungeon. Hold on. We've done exactly 2 variant dungeons in our entire lives. Ooh. Something weird with the capture? Okay. So I do not exhaustively remember the plot of the Ul'dah Subterranean. Other than I just forgot what I was trying to say. Oh, Ul'dah was the precursor nation before Bel'dah and Ul'dah. Wait, is Ul'dah the contemporary for Ul'dah, or was Bel'dah the contemporary for Ul'dah? Either way, basically what ends up happening is that there is a war between the 2 countries. Ul'dah releases a necromantic zombie plague upon their rival, killing their rival. Nanamo has received some information from her parents that informs her that there are more things hidden in the Ul'dah Subterranean for her to learn about being a ruler and about her family and about the seat of Ul. Is more or less the Cliff Notes version. I'm sure I've got some details wrong, but yeah. Twitter won't let you post feet pics? Will they really not? Oh my god. If you pay me for my time instead of video games, can you hear my Gandalf bad guy rant again? My Gandalf bad guy rant, I don't think stands the test of time well. Like, it really doesn't stand the test of time well. Friendship perks include genuine interest in your life, concern about your horrible decision-making, at least 1 check-in 6 months post-contract fulfillment, and more. There. Ul'dah. Okay. what are some examples of a desert being by the ocean? Does the Gulf thing in Dubai still count? So what Battle Benoit is talking about is the fact that Fanalan is the southern part of the peninsula, and so like it's weird that Fanalan is a desert by the ocean. The easiest and most immediate representation of this Battle Benoit is California. California has a preponderance of desert, and the reason why, like desert by the ocean, is because of the way wind passes over the mountain ranges. So the majority of moisture gets trapped on the eastern side of the Sierra Nevada? I don't remember the name of the mountain range anymore. I'm a fake Californian. But basically, moisture gets trapped on the eastern side. The western side has all of the moisture sucked out of it. California is a desert by the ocean. Belda is the original city-state. It splits into Ul'dah, Sil'dah, the later of which was destroyed by Ul'dah, which was hidden in the Manderville questline of all places. Like, what a bizarre place to put good lore. So, yeah. They didn't let you post it because your feet pics contain sensitive content. Rough. Ugh. You have posted hog, please. Lemmy, you posted hog? How old was your hog? Smile. A desert by the ocean. Me at 30 in the college town. Techno is no! My inventory is a disaster. Hold for applause. I forgot. Do I talk to these people to do Sil'dah Subterranean? No. I go to the dungeon? It's in Central Thanalan? Okay. Because I know it is by those ruins, so yeah. How much do you need to pay me to clean my inventory? I think people would rebel if we cleaned my inventory right now. So at least $5. Duty tab. Sorry. Am I crazy? Oh. When you say, I think you say $15 and start making an extra 15 a day. Yeah, fair enough. We can also do Old Charlayan. Okay. I don't know. Ah, I see. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I did unlock Mount Rocken for a friend who was like desperately wanted it, but yeah. Holy crap, that's a lot of menus. The thing about Final Fantasy XIV, and a part of the reason why I don't feel bad shilling for it, is I genuinely enjoy Final Fantasy XIV, and I do feel like basically once you hit level 50 and you finish A Realm Reborn, you've got nearly unlimited amount of things that you can do. They developed a freaking like MOBA where they like where with the minions that you get in game, you basically play like it's not a good MOBA to be clear. Like it's very obviously a product of like the 2010s, but it is wild that they have a free game mode inside of it. So yeah. It's a theme park, but it's good. Yeah, exactly. The gold saucer. But yeah, okay, hold on. Sorry. What are we doing? Does anybody want to redo variant dungeons? With the knowledge that I am going to be very slow and very methodical about it. I mean, first three... Oh. God. we do also need to revamp the priority system. Rose, you want in? We'll just go by first. We'll just go by whoever mentioned first. So this time we'll do Froge, Marin, Battle Benoit. Next time we'll do Presna, Clary, and whoever else. Sorry, I should have thought about this harder. Incidental first come, first serve is always rough, but let me write it down somewhere. Oh, I have these special little notebooks. Hold on. I don't know why I have this one mini out, but if you want to see a mini I've painted, he's in my drawer full of pens. The camera will not focus on him. We'll deal with that on mini day. It's been a while since you've gone into this one. I genuinely do not remember what path we took last time, so yeah. Okay, hold on. Oh, pen. Pen, pineapple, apple, pen. That's a relevant meme that the kids enjoy, right? Okay. So next we're doing Laurie, Fresna. You can drop for the next run. You're eating. Oh, you can drop and do it on the next run instead? Yeah, no worries. Then it would be Presna. And we're grabbing Froge for the fourth. So then it'll be Clary, Marin. Did anybody else want to do Ul'dah? Okay. You're at the top of my friends list. Because you were one of my first friends. Do you remember, Veer, when you got me into Final Fantasy XIV, and I came into the world, and I said, what do I do? And you were like, go around and kill things. And you killed exactly one of the like big level 14 Gobus, and you went, okay, I'm bored, see ya. And then you flew away, ditching me. Betrayal. Deep and abiding betrayal. Well, you hate how I say Gabu, the only correct and effective way. Well, you should just correct yourself then. Okay, I don't even know. I think I grabbed Ray's. God, do we have a like off healer option? Why did I grab Spirit Dart? I grabbed Spirit Dart to like do more damage over time. You were fine. I had a little quest to do. I was fine, but it then took me like 2 years to finish A Realm Reborn. What the heck? What? Oh, you need to be level 70? Or 90? The actual number? Tanks and healers take Spirit Dart for more damage. Gotcha. It's not your fault. I talked to every single NPC. I know. Yeah, sorry. Level 90 because it's Endwalker. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and take Variant Cure for no particular reason. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Spirit Dart for no particular reason. Oh, do we not need a healer? Okay. Three more gates seem we have a choice to make. The right door is always right. Last time we listened to Nanamo, and Nanamo took us to the left. But I would never listen to Nanamo. Whoa, how could you? Why that one? Very well, the adventurer knows best. Let the expedition begin. Oh god, it's very dark in here. Some sort of dungeon. What a stench. I shall have to burn these clothes. Nanamo, you can just wash them. Nald, preserve me from creepers and crawlers. Pray clear the path, Elish. Fair enough. What do they feed on down here? Each other? And why must it smell so positively putrid? Nanamo, I get that it's literally a sewer, but I do not remember you being such an incredible whiner. No Tide Pods in Ul'dah, fair enough. Even empty of pests, this place is still a dank, mold-ridden nightmare. How long has it lain thus, untended? Poof, poof, poof. Some of it fell in my mouth. Is adventuring always this disgusting? I should rather not traverse a fungal bridge, but I suppose if we hurry across... You know what, though? Fair about getting spiderwebs stuck in your mouth. The decay is especially bad in this section. I fear the fungal growth is all which keeps it from collapsing. Nay, this rot cannot be allowed to continue. The tunnels need reinforcement, not to mention a thorough cleaning. Well. Ugh! The reek of sewage is overpowering. Does this hecaton sphere have no sense of smell? That is something that we dropped after Realm Reborn, but there is a tribe in Ul'dah Watch your footing. 'Tis coming up through the floor. There is a tribe in Ul'dah of the giants, right? Is he playing games? Mind the barrel pops. There must be a reason for those markings. Okay. I see. Nanamo's got the heart of an adventurer, but she's never experienced the environments. Very fair. Oh, they tried to grab you guys. Okay. Oh no! Not colossal launch! I see. Oh, I've chosen poorly! Hello? Colossal charge. I don't understand what that means. I see what it means. Oh! Subterranean Shudder feels like a raid wide. Oh, it's water time. Oh, this is rude. Oh, okay. Colossal launch is gonna flip them, so this is gonna be the only one that's safe. And people do these solo. If you can best a hecatoncheer so handily, then it certainly bodes well for the remainder of our expedition. It takes a lot longer, that makes sense. To think that such a cavernous hollow yawns directly beneath Ul'dah. Oh, my inventory. Raising one of these lists should provide us passage across, assuming, of course, that the winch still yet functions. Do we have... Ah, I see. Left or right. The right way is always right. Interesting. The lift appears of Ul'dah design, albeit an old one, but everything else screams Amalja. No! Oh, I stunned the wrong boy! Oh! Hell yeah. Yes, most definitely a militia construction. Fortifications built for war rather than habitation, I would say. Drakes. just like those ones the Ul'dah tame. Is it me, or are some of these creatures awfully large? Well. Oh, I did not have enough stuns. Repped. Sorry, gang. I could have shield bashed them, though. Yeah, there was a period of time where I misunderstood Scalekin in Final Fantasy XIV, and I thought Scalekin and dragons were of the same lineage, but they're not. Scalekin originate on Eosia. Could this camp be from the time of the zombie purge? Was Father hoping I would see this one day? Okay. Oh no, that's the wrong one I stunned. So that means you're about to pop off. Did you know that Ul'dah and Amalja once fought side by side? 'Tis not common knowledge. I would have never guessed that, yeah. A door of solid iron, and no sign my key will open it. Do you see any handy levers or the like? The message is engraved in the common tongue. In the beginning, the Lord of the Inferno shared with us his flame. Speak the name of the gift he bestowed upon our bloodline. The blessed spark or the sacred fire? Can we find that out somewhere? Is there like hot lore in our area? Because, like, I would presume blessed fire, right? The answer's in the journal entry. I don't know what the journal entry is. Well, we're just gonna pick a random one and go. Click the diamond. Click the giant journal? Am I just dumb? See the green dot, click it. Under Nanimo. Oh! Oh! Okay, hold on, sorry. Ul'dah survey record. Key rotten silver. Wow, I can't believe there was so much lore in here. Oh no, now we have to do more. Now we have to do more freaking variant dungeons. Okay, we only have one memory. Everything else is blank. So we just gotta guess. And I guess we will guess Sacred Fire, because it's the only thing that makes sense. You may not have unlocked the relevant entry yet. Yeah, okay. Impressive. A lifetime of adventure teaches one more than just battlecraft, I see. No, it was just a real good guess. 'Tis so stately and subdued in here. I am reminded of Eralig's burial chamber. Is this a tomb? Well, If this means we get to fight undead. Undead Shadowcaster. Zaliska, and he appears to be a zombie Amonja. Let's rock and roll. I am vigilance unceasing, a final death unto the zombie horde. Zombie horde? Could this warrior have endured since the Thorn Dynasty? But that was centuries ago. The Thorn Dynasty were a bunch of people in Ul'dah who took from the seat of all, Infern Brand. Okay. I imagine don't be where the boxes are. Sounds good. The Thorn Dynasty were a bunch of seneschals who took over. They are in fact one of the only other royal houses that we are aware of. Are one of the only noble houses of Ul'dah that aren't monetarists. What? Oh, no! Okay, so when that happens, they switch places with the little staves. Okay. So we're going to want to be... Gotcha, okay. That's kind of a fun mechanic. What? I mean, I presume I don't want to be where the red laser is pointing. Easy enough. Pure fire. Yo, he's spitting pure fire, dude. You're not doing a trick with these? These are just legit balls of fire? Sure, fine. Oh no! Taking the tank buster away from the party. Not tank busting my entire party, cause that would be rude. Cast Shadow, sure. We've seen this mechanic before. And still you shamble on. How hot must the fires burn to undo your foul animation? My heart weeps that we must fell such a fierce ally of Ul'dah. Oh, these are just puddles. That was silly of me. These are just normal boxes. These are not just normal boxes. The boxes will change. The boxes will not change? It's totally fine. I'm so bad. Alright, it's fine. We did it! A tragic end to a valiant warrior. He at least seemed unaware of his affliction. And yet so abhorrent was the zombie curse, even a hero of his obvious stature was sealed behind an iron door. If only that powder had never been concocted. Heavy do I feel the burden of my ancestors' sins this day. That was pretty easy. Shall we make our return then, Elish? There seems little reason to linger here. Oh, the YouTube sound quality is really bad? We will have to check that during a break, so that way I can verify what's going on. I'm sorry to hear that, though. Thanks for letting me know, Pixie. Hell yeah. God, they better do one of these for Ishgard. And in no particular order. You know them, you love them, you want some more of them. Nanamo Ul'namo. Vir Valanth. It's Vir Valath. This is a bad bit that no one will get. Bo Blue and Aquila. Let's get out of here. You got the easy mechanic in that fight. It gets worse in other paths. Oh no! Okay. We're gonna go ahead and super fast. Do we have other Deceiver's diamonds? We do, okay. And then I think we have other Ul'dah pot shards. We put those away in a retainer. Okay, we'll hold on to those. Okay. Yeah, thanks you guys so much for doing it again. If people are still free, I'll go ahead and snag Marin and Clary, if the two of you are still interested. And if we have a fourth who's curious, we can grab the fourth. Theoretically. Gonna read your journal entries? You could have at least 2 now. Ooh, that's a good shout. Let me see really fast what's going on the YouTube side. Because apparently the audio is bad there. Hold on. When you say the audio is naff, Pixie, does it sound like it's getting blown out all the time? Because we can try something like this for a little bit, just to see if that affects things more positively. I know people have been saying that the YouTube side, it was my voice. My voice sounded weird. I'm going to go ahead and adjust. Techno is, why are you like this? Good girl. It was crackling? Okay. Check it now and let me know how it's doing. And if it's still doing problems, we can do some more adjustment. Yeah, for sure. Rather have a group of 4 if possible. Anyone interested? Fantastic. Get in here, Veer. You're a 4th, so don't worry about it. This is me talking so that way Pixie can test my audio for me. I am chatting about all sorts of stuff to see if it'll work correctly. It is unclear if there are other... I forgot to read the journal entries. That would have been good talking for me. Okay. Do you guys want to pick? Do you guys have a preference between left, middle, or right? Do your instincts pull you one way over another? If I were to listen to mine... I find myself drawn to this one. Well, Marin's chosen for us. We're going middle. Why that one? Very well. The adventurer knows best. Who knows what we shall find? You get it. Check Discord. Okay, we can definitely do that after this particular run, Pixie. Thank you. 'Tis to be expected the aqueduct would have their fair share of vermin. If you might play the role of exterminator... Let's get all of them into this Doton. Oh! I'll aqua your globe. And in mere moments the way is clear. Hardly an inconvenience for our mighty champion. Have we reached a dead end? Surely you do not expect me to cross that rickety thing. Slowly, then, and no rocking the bridge. Nanamo! Do not bounce or jounce. Oh my god. You know what? Nanamo, that one's not on you. Fair enough, Curly Pop. I was going to try and stun that, but look at how little damage it did. I specifically requested no rocking, bouncing, or jouncing. Gods above, I almost pitched over the side. Is every section in the, hold on. Is every section in these variant dungeons only 1 pulse? Oh! Oh no! I didn't get him! Oh. No, okay. I thought somebody else got him for a second there. No! That gate looks awfully heavy. Let us try the handle and hope these gears and chains do most of the lifting. Well, we always turn it to the right. Oh, it opened! I worried it may have rusted shut. Back to lurking. Thank you, Pixie. Wait. Have we not fighted... Have we not fought this guy before? Is that a hecaton chair? And those rollers? Some form of conveyance? Oh, the handle changes a mechanic for this fight. Interesting. So next time we should choose left to make it more interesting. Mind the barrel tops. Okay. So is it always Gary on the steer? Careful, Elish, that machinery is still in working order. Oh, I see. Do I not see? Oh, I do not see. I see. My eyes have never been more open. Exploding catapult again. Colossal charge. Does he not, does he have a back? Oh, he doesn't, so you don't need to carry about positionals with this boy. Should come in here on Reaper. Just jolt into motion. So we're gonna want to be on 2 and 4. I didn't even need to reposition him, it was fine. Easy. The size of your opponent matters not, it seems. A reassuring thought as we delve further into the unknown. Not that way. The debris is impassable. It's good to see you, Bubbly, and it's good to see you, Raven. Reaper class, best class. We're wandered into some antique dining hall. A rich setting indeed. One might even say palatial. Oh my god. Quite an expansive abode. Shall we try upstairs? This place is gorgeous. Is this modeled after anything in setting? Of course, this is the Ul'dah Royal Palace. Look at by this banner by the door here. Sorry. Snakes? Why must it be snakes? Sorry, Nanamo. We're looking around. I do wish, both in terms of the island sanctuary, but also in terms of like the actual estates, right? Like it would be so much nicer if they actually gave us some variety, you know? Like this entryway is really cool. Pay close attention to the banner. Oh. And there, the throne of Ul'dah. How fortunate we are to have made such a historic discovery. Oh, I left. Sorry. I went back to look at the banner. Okay. What are we doing on the Paladin Twink? How dare you? But we are doing variant dungeons, Nixus. A sort of a first come, first serve. We're not doing proper priority system. And we do like snakes in this household, it's true. So there's a helmet, and there's another thing that's missing, which in the Immortal Flames version of this banner, it's a jewel and a fire, isn't it? Remarkable. 'Tis still in pristine condition. No, we can't sit on it. Ah, I've seen such contrivances before. We must balance the scales ere we proceed. Simply a matter of selecting the correct weights. Surely you recognize one or two of these symbols, do you not? Okay, so the thing is that we recognize this from the Temple of Karn, right? So obviously it's supposed to be helmet. Both Ul'dah's and Sildah's symbols come from the Bel'dah symbol. Oh, I don't remember what the other one for Karn is. Is it? I don't know. We definitely know it's a helm on the left. I don't know what's on the right. I presume Karn was a part of Bel'dah. That puzzle is different from this one. Okay. Well, like, I would intrinsically think the fire. Because I know for Ul'dah, it's jewel. If for Ul'dah, it's jewel and fire. I guess if this is supposed to be Sildah, then? If you need the answer, I'm wearing the earring. Oh? Sildah earring. Hold on. Oh, what is... Okay, so it's a helmet. Is this supposed to be grapes? The fruit. Yeah, sure, okay. So it is obviously whatever wasn't the Ul'dah Immortal Flame symbol. Interesting. Okay. Aha! That lit up the teleporter. Come along. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So this is Aethernet. The Royal Treasury! A puzzle solved leading to riches untold, just like in the stories. Naldenthal. But look at these scattered coins. Has a burglar broken in before us, perchance? A slip of parchment lies abandoned on the ground. The notes of an aspiring burglar, perhaps. Oh! Oh! I'll read these in a second, I'm so sorry! Let's get these boys in Doton. Get over here, please. How was I to know? Sorry, okay. So the note says... Green rare stone. Malachite portico, green and yellow sacks. Atop the rubble, corner mound of earth? What? Malachite portico, green and yellow sacks. Interesting. Corner mound of earth. Is this actually worth trying to, like, figure out what the scroll is saying? Nanamo's taller than Veer? Marin, go stand up next to Veer and Nanamo. Oh, it's for a different path, not this room. Interesting. Oh my god. Popotos. Very cute. Okay. Is Nald riches and Thal is the underworld, or is Thal riches and Nald is the underworld? I'm choosing Nald because it's gold. The barrier fades. 'Twould seem your prayers were answered. Whatever shall we find next? But there are paths for getting things wrong, right? Should we purposefully get some of these questions wrong? This has the look of an arena about it. Oh, it's this boy. Lifeless Legacy, Gladiator of Ul'dah. Interesting. Ul'dah. We do need to get all of the paths. Okay, gotcha. Well, let's rock and roll. Okay. That great embossed helm. 'Tis the mark of a Sildon forged gladiator. Flash of steel? Is that a raid wide? Looks like it was a raid wide. He's making some screaming sounds. I do not know. Yellow. He seems awfully wrathful. So we stand on red? Sure. Oh no! We do not stay standing on red! Sculptor's Passion? Is that a cone? No, it's just a line, unfortunately. Okay. Okay, so yellow, orange. Oh! I don't know what this means! No! I do know what it means, but I wanted to try and not move by standing in the corner. Oh my god, what? The gladiator summons a cadre of hateful allies. Ooh, do we go over here then? Sure, fine. Lads are looking over here, lads are looking over here. Oh, Passion, that's the line in front of him. Mighty Smite, not super looking forward to this. Ah, easy peasy. You call that a smite? Slaughter the foe. Oh, I see. Yellow, orange. So we stand by red? No, we don't! I do not understand what just happened. I'm just gonna invuln this. I gotta be real with y'all. I'm just gonna invuln this. Oh, sure. Okay. Well, I invulned a mechanic I accidentally got right, and you know what? I'll take it. Flash of Steel is the raid wide. Sundered Remains. Okay. Well, this seems rude, if I'm being honest with you. This seems very rude! Oh! Okay, cool, radical. Okay. At least I didn't get hit by a ring mechanic. A mechanic so easy it's based off of a shape they used to teach children. Wrath of Ruin. Is that the heads? No, that's just orbs. Sure. No! What? Oh! Oh! I would not tell you what's happening with this mechanic. Flash of Steel, it's the raid wide. Hollow Victory. I would not have believed anyone could topple that silver-skinned brute had I not seen it with mine own eyes. A dreadful century and a dead-end chamber. I suspect this was a trap for overly ambitious thieves. From what we saw, there did seem to be a burglar afoot. I wonder who they were or what became of them. Oh, and best forget laying claim to that trove yourself. We've come to unearth history's secrets, not plunder them. Shall we call it a day here, then? I believe we've come as far as we can down this particular path. Nanimo were adventurers. We steal treasure all the time. Let us rendezvous back in Ul'dah, where I would thank you properly for your untiring escort. Oh no, the Popotos! Well, of course, cleaning up after the spilled potatoes, it's Clarice Finrose, our expert healer and person who actually understands what's going on, Marin Faye, and also along for the ride, but somehow still managed to get hit by less mechanics than me, it's Virvala. Let's rock and roll, people. I mean, you definitely know what's going on in here better than me, hey? And thank you, TechnoWiz. I will fix my posture and hydrate a little. Also, yeah, sorry, I saw some people popped in. Elish is rocking through some Variant Dungeon today, Nixus. Why does the boy's weapon just look like a bunch of lug nuts and washers wielded together? It's unfortunately a Realm Reborn affectation. You'll be around if we need another fourth? Thanks, Veer. Does anyone else want to try Variant Dungeon? I know a couple of people popped in. I say try. I'm sure everyone who wants Variant Dungeon has done it by now. But yeah. Sure, Gladiator of Sil'dah. Marin got a parasol that they already have. Can you trade it away, or... Thank you. Oh, I also already have it. No! Do you not have it? Sure, Bo. Okay. Man, if only. TechnoWiz, if you want to play Final Fantasy XIV, I waste a large part of my life in here. I say waste. We love Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, that's right. I needed to listen to something audio-wise. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to go... Oh, no wonder the game audio has been so quiet. We probably don't want it at 100%. We've been playing with it around 60. I'm going to listen to whatever was sent to me. So what we're going to do actually is we're going to run 3 minutes of ads, and I'm going to check what's going on the YouTube side super fast. The rest of you get to listen to me try to solve technical issues. And then we'll queue back in. Hold on. Well, if it's still doing problems, we can do some more adjustment. Yeah, for sure. Interesting. Are people still getting that little like crackle on the YouTube side? Next thing you know, you'll be streaming and having all sorts of fun with friends and community. No, thank you. Listen, Final Fantasy XIV is good. I enjoy the heck out of it, at least. Okay, I'm going to do something that is very inadmissible. I'm going to pull up my own stream to listen to it, which is going to very quickly go into a feedback loop where it plays into itself. So we're going to try and not do that, but going to go ahead and do that now, just to see if we're still, which is going to very quickly go into a feedback loop where it plays. Wow, why are we so crackly? I'm sorry, Marin. That's so weird. Is it because of... Hold on, give me a second. That's not going to be because of my limiter. No worries, you dropped for S rank. Gotcha. Are we still running ads? No, it looks like ads are over. So I think best bet is we're just going to go ahead and rock and roll. I'm so sorry on the YouTube side about how incredibly crispy the audio is. This has never happened to us before. Yeah, that's insane. I'm so sorry on the YouTube side about how. We'll work on that later. Has this happened before with some of our other YouTube videos? I mean, it would explain why people don't stick around for YouTube if it always sounds this bad. But I hope not. The safest little neighborhood in Ul'dah. Why did the audio yesterday sound fine? Bizarre. Alright. We'll look into it next time. Thank you guys for your patience. I think we're going to go back in. If anybody wants to go who didn't go last time, let me know. Otherwise, we'll wait for Marin. On your way back? Hell yeah. We can go ahead and read the journal real fast, which is going to be miserable for everyone else on the YouTube side, but yeah, let's see some of the stuff we got. Okay, so the key memory, that's the very first one we got, I guess, right? On my 5th name day, my parents gifted me with a key wrought in silver, but not the knowledge of what it opened. When you are a woman grown, we will take you to the precious place this key protects, Mother had explained. Father had nodded, saying it was where slumbers the memories which neither we nor Ul'dah should ever forget. I, a child of 5, understood only that I was being forced to wait for my true present. Oh, how I sulked and fumed back then! Yet now I cling to that fading recollection with desperate fingers, like a failed merchant to her dwindling coin purse. 'Twas too soon after, when mother and father were called away to Thal's eternal halls. Their sudden absence left me hollow and dazed. My ascension to the throne followed by tortuous days of uncertainty steeped in sorrow. It seemed I stumbled across the desert, the sands burning one moment, freezing the next. All thoughts of keys and secret places were cast aside, forgotten. Why had they entrusted such a portentous gift to a daughter so young? Had they foreseen the accident which would befall them? Or had some other factor influenced their actions? Their true intentions are lost to time. There is only one thing I can know for certain, that the key was left in my hands for good reason. And so when we did that particular route, we got to the end, and there was a table where ostensibly Nanamo's father and mother were eating together, or had tea. My mother's eyes. How, in the name of Nald Thal, did that burglar manage to creep into a treasure chamber sealed off from the outside world for generations? Aside from the gate only my key could open, I saw no other means of entering the ruins. Although, considering the prevalence of secret doors and passages in its construction, the remnants may very well have other entrances of which I am simply not aware. Yet in spite of this mystery, I find myself lingering most on the scrawled note our theft left behind. The first item was an obvious reference to Nashasite, which must somehow relate to one of the ruin's many riddles. 'Tis how it relates to me, however, that truly has my thoughts in a jumble. Nashasite was the name Ul'dah jewelers gave to the high-quality malachite excavated from the reopened Copperbell mines. This was after the calamity, of course, and thus I took umbrage at these merchants using my late mother's name as a means to promote their wares. And then I was presented with a sample. 'Twas as if the gentle sparkle of mother's eye was captured within the stone. Much to my chagrin, I found myself forced to agree that Nashasite was a perfect fit for this gem of exquisite green. Okay, I guess we need to remember Nashasite. Ul'dah's sin to bear. Yes. When that Amalja champion burst forth from his casket, the blood nigh froze within my veins. He must have suffered injury during the purge, the zombie corruption finding its way into his flesh. The traitor's sperm was concocted by Ul'dah thaumaturges and employed by the reigning sultan during our war with Ul'dah. Sasagan III even knowingly propagated the fiction that it was the Sildins who devised this abhorrent alchemy in an effort to turn their own citizens into undying soldiers. An accusation from the House of Thorn saw Sasagan III later punished for his heinous acts, and thus ended the First Old Dynasty. Oh, shit! I thought the House of Thorn took power by coup. I mean, I guess it still legally is a coup either way, but that's interesting. His lies, however, would live on to become accepted history. This deceit was upheld by a desire to preserve not only, well, okay, if the fact that they had persecuted Sasagan III for just doing the chemical weapons, but then no one knew that they persecuted him for doing the chemical weapons, the House of Thorn would be viewed as doing an unlawful coup, so that's really interesting. This deceit was upheld by a desire to preserve not only the old dynasty's authority, but also the standing of the Order of Nald Thal, an institution deeply entwined with the thaumaturgical practices. And it can be said that few Ul'dahs would wish to accept that their home was built upon the corpses of a city so brutally slain by their forebears. Yet without a clear view of the past, we cannot be sure of our course for the future. The sight of that rotting Amalja hero was too stark a reminder. As a sultana of the House of Ul, I bear responsibility for my ancestors' atrocities. And though we suffer for the truth, even as Ishgard did for hers, the time has come to set the record straight. Interesting. Okay. All right. Everybody ready to rock and roll? I was immediately thinking about the comparisons to To Ishgard proper, right? Hell yeah. Let's get ready to rumble. I need to go spend my causalities, because they are burning a hole in my pocket. But, you know. Do we want to go to the left, then? 3 more gates. It would seem we have a choice to make. Do your instincts pull you one way over another? If I were to listen to mine... No, sorry, Nanamo. Why that one? Very well, the adventurer knows best. I wanna have variety, and also, I want to see the undead guy again. I would probably try and do the undead guy every time by myself. These creatures look distinctly unfriendly, if you would be so kind. Also, excuse me. Barely a test of your mettle, I see. Well done! We can walk through this pipe, I think. Some manner of rodent? Surely even I can best a couple of mice. Gah! Not mice! Not mice! Definitely not mice! Aw, Nanamo. Which of these are most likely to have AoEs? I guess the puddings? No, the Fs. Sure. Are puddings not usually casters? Gods, my poor heart. Strange to think these giant pipes lie unseen, just yawns beneath the streets of Ul'dah. Did I miss anybody? I guess I wouldn't know if I did. And we already know the Fs are the ones that are going to be doing the AoEs. That culvert at the back was positively clogged. Would more water flush out the mud, I wonder? Oh, interesting. I think we pulled it last time. Or did we not pull it last time? I cannot remember. These waterways are in dire need of maintenance. I must arrange something with the palace custodians. It is wacky that we fight Geryon the Steer every time. A hecaton chair? Why would it make its lair in this muddy pit? Which we dealt with them mainly in Ul'dah, in the Copper Bell mines. But they also, giant kind also show up. What is that noise? Something coming from the drainage pipes? Gotcha. But they also do show up in Mordona as well. Is he playing games? Oh yeah, this one. Do we have anybody who needs to be in for melee? I guess the red mage. I don't know if that reprisal got off in time. Not that his AoEs have been particularly devastating. Subterranean Shudder is another raid one? Yeah, it is. Okay. Come on! Okay! I mean, obviously I had to mess up the mechanic, but jeez. Oh, wait. Oh! You're not flipping them! I thought he was doing the flip! Subterranean Shudder, we can go ahead and reprisal this. Hoops coming out of the pipes, as you do. The victory is yours. I am blessed to keep company with such a formidable ally. Ah, that breeze feels wonderful after the stuffy closeness of the tunnels. I forgot that these dungeons don't work like normal dungeons. So, like, if you wanted to, you could knock out all of the variant dungeons pretty quickly. For the mounts and things like that, right? That's why people had them unlocked on day one. The island one took all day. Interesting. But that's because you're not thinking about no-lifing it, Battle of Hanoi. And such devastation, was it not your intention, Bubbly? You jerks. Yeah, that's what I mean, is that, like, for me, no-lifing it and doing it in a day sounds like not much time. The Malachite Portico! Father, my key was not made to open this gate. It says here, 2 eyes are needed to see. Wait, 2 eyes, some matter of riddle, you suppose? Okay, I did not keep... We know the answer to this, though. It was like yellow and green, right? God, I'm gonna scroll back up in chat. Hold on. In the in-game chat. Rare green stone. Malachite Portico sack. Oh wait. Malachite Portico green and yellow sacks. Atop the rubble, corner mound of earth. Green and yellow sacks. Atop the rubble, corner mound of earth. So this could be one of them. Atop the rubble, Corner mound of earth. This is not on top of any... I don't know. This is rough. You refuse to do the island one routes again? Trauma? Oh no. Is it this one? But there's no earth. Unless... Is this supposed to be dirt, or is this also a rock? Because I would call this a rock. No worries, Mara. I disagree with that one, but it is what it is. Because I don't think that's Earth. Aha! That seemed to do the trick. Though the riddle itself confounds me. A puzzle for another day. The Earth one was the yellow one in the corner. Oh, was it? Why is my screen being filled up with... What is this doing? Is this giving me a debuff? Such fluffy... excuse me. Such fluffy, puffy flowers. Yeah, I know I was standing on it, but I wasn't sure, like, is it just that it's blocking my line of sight? Alright, Silky. Round 2. I know this creature. This is the Silky, a familiar which cleaned the palace once upon a time. Total Wash is definitely a raid wide. Squeaky right. Oh! Well, so that was a be on my right, not on its right. Squeaky left. Is there any other indicator? I guess the way maybe that it is sweeping. Because I hate when it says left or right, and it's never clear if it's the left of the boss or the boss's left. You see that bubble around its puff? That must be how it channels its cleaning magics. Bracing Suds. Raid wide? Not raid wide. Soaps up. Chilling Suds. So is this be out? Slippery Soap. Do we want to be where it's gonna go? Oh no! We do not want to be where it's going to go! Spot remover. Sure. I do not remember any of these rats' moves. Okay. Sure. Oh, and then you don't want to be at cardinals of it. What? Stupid colors. What if I was colorblind? I'm not, but Larbird or Starbird. You know what, Raven? You're right. It could be much, much worse. So this is intercards. Nope, I don't know what this is. Those are intercards? The puffs are lathered with soap now. I fear they mean business. Oh, God! It was intercards. Probably don't want to be standing by... Oh, never mind, it's gone. Goodbye. Green is donut. Yep, thank you. Yeah, you can actually tell in part because it goes the direction at first it's going to go when it pops up. Okay. Now I believe we've seen this one before. The Silky's Aether. It had the exact same feel as Mother's. Yeah, so we've been to the Sunlit Gardens before. My, what a beautiful garden. See how the sunlight falls upon the flowers just so? Mother must have wanted to protect this place. Why else set the Silky to guard it? I imagine her coming here with Father to simply sit and enjoy the tranquility. A shelf full of cutlery and a table made for two. This is a haven of joyful memories. Mother, Father, I will do all in my power to see this sanctuary remains unspoiled, except for these 4 filthy adventurers who are also here. Whilst I should like to linger still, I fear Papachon will soon note my absence. Let us be away. Yeah, we did get this path already. We should have popped all the flowers to get a different journal entry. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know what that means, popping flowers. Is that like popping tabs? Can you hop in on the next one? Sure. Do you remember which ones you haven't done, Battle Benoit? I don't know why I'm putting the Deceiver's diamonds away. Because we keep getting more of them. What I should do is I should put the Deceiver's diamonds in my inventory and put... I don't know. There's already a Phoenix down in there. These in here temporarily. Thank you, Marin. We'll keep rotating people as and when the need shows up. How do we pop it? Because I was standing in it quite some time. It didn't pop, as far as I'm aware. The inventory that you need to clean up? No such thing. Soju! It's good to see you. My inventory is fine, actually. We missed... Oh, so the fact that I stood on one... I did pop it, but we needed to go stand on the other two. I see. Okay. What was I gonna do? Was I gonna do a ready check? I have no idea. Was I gonna... Brr. All right, let's go again. No, if we're doing the left path, we need to step on all the white stuff. What do you mean it's not fine? It's fine! It's not a hoarding problem. It's useful. All of these things are useful. Please never press I again, you're in so much pain. Oh, you mean this button? Sorry, what button am I not supposed to press, Soju? Sorry, what button am I not supposed to press, Soju? Soju, which button? Sorry, So we have already heard all the dialogue from this line. I will not activate it again. It's a hoarding solution! Raven gets it! The Ergonites here are the ones who do AoEs. Can I get shield bash up in time? I can. Their AoEs are super easy to dodge, but I like being intransigent like that. Oh, that's right. Jump down here. It's very, near raids of it, eh? Some manner of rodents. Is there a mod in right now? I don't think so. Because if there is a mod, I'd ask them to pin JR's message. Mod check? Oh yeah, it's the S on this one. I can't pin help. I appreciate the effort. You thought I was going to tell you to time them out for spoilers? No, I think the riddle was a little bit too, the riddle was a little bit too obtuse for me. Game. Thank you all for being so respectful that I don't need a mod to keep you in line. Also, Max, when are we gonna see you in Final Fantasy XIV? It's a... oh, that's a wall. It's an anime JRPG. Get in here. It's just like Kingdom Hearts. You gotta type now and again so you can get those sweet channel points. Yeah? What are you saving it up for? God, Nixus, I've like disabled all of my auto mods concerns. Wait, what? Oh yeah. Let's turn the lever, because we didn't turn it last time, right? Or did we turn the lever last time? Well, I'm turning the lever, Crunk. Oh, that redirected the water flow. 'Tis the first I've seen such a mechanism at work. Okay, so this is the first time we've done it. You haven't played Final Fantasy XIV in like 10 years? So what you're saying is this can be the first year back. You can pretend to be a mod, thank you. And I will hydrate. Where do you suppose the water went to? We skipped last time, thank you, JR. What is CRK? I mean, I wish you could quit your job to play video games. Crusader Kings. Ujira Kingdom. Oh, I forgot. Go ahead and use a reprisal here. Is this the one where they swap? Does not feel like the one where they swap. This is the one where they swap. This is not the one where they swap. Oh, because we flipped the switch? I see. Okay, and then this one is Swaparooski. Colossal charge. Oh, come on. Rude boy. I did see the thing about Reinhardt shield, which I thought was very funny. Now, Bo, I don't mean to cast any aspersions about the way you're healing, okay? Alright, that one I can't blame on Bo's healing. That one, regrettably, is on you, I think, Akila. Colossal launch is the one that is flip them up and down. Does it do any initial damage? Oh, it does do, it is an AoE, actually. Oh, that's wacky. I have not been using it in, bigger polls. Subterranean Shudder is another raid wide. And victory is yours. I am blessed to keep company with such a formidable ally. Oh wait, no, I said we weren't doing any more reading for this part. The God View is going to be the only one who's going to have an AoE here. It's that big cone. That big sneeze-a-rooney. Schnoz berries that taste like schnoz, you get it. That Gobu went down pretty fast. Let's go ahead and target one of the turtles. We messed up on turtle roulette, but that's fine. Ooh, I don't think I'm gonna get the stun off in time. Oh, I got it. The abilities are so good. Variant Rampart is an 8-second barrier with a 15-second cooldown, and also applies 60 seconds of damage reduction. I don't think you can get it as a tank. I think I tried to, and it's only available to non-tanks. So that and the Daughter, what you use as the healer, absolutely makes sense. Okay, hold on. Where was the message? Solve the ore puzzle with Southeast Yellow Bag. Southeast Yellow Bag and Northeast Green Bag on Rubble. Okay. So we were right on the green bag last time. Grab the wrong yellow bag because you're not smart? No, it's fine, Marin. Oh, this was no simple pattern on the floor. It was a teleportation portal. Wait, that means we have to come back through this route again later. Wait, this isn't what we wanted? Okay, we're gonna have to do this route a third time. Hold on. Shaded Solace. Where have we come to? This is new. Golems, and blocking the path we mean to take, no less. Here's the thing, if this was Ishgard, I'd be lapping it up. The only reason why I'm whining is because it's Ul'dah. I always am targeting the wrong golem, it feels like. You have to do each route 4 times. Interesting. Okay. Snurbles. Kill this pack, then open the door to the northwest. Oh! Who would have abandoned their cleaning gear in here? And why do I feel I've seen these particular brushes before? Sorry, Nanamo. Oh, that's so tricksy. I absolutely would not have seen this. What is this? Why? What does this do? It's a big urn! Okay, now you can follow her. Sure. 'Twould seem you discovered the custodian's closet. Have you heard the Ul'dah folktale of the magic ewer? We've heard about the constellation. 'Tis said that it could scoop up any amount of water at once, and it was locked away after it drained an entire oasis. Talk of jugs behind barred doors reminds me of the legend is all. Shall we continue on? Interesting. Sure, okay. Blue Cardinals, green N. Yes. I hate this little rat. I hate his little human hands. Also, sorry, just super fast, did we formally announce that we're not doing Frontlines? Don't be mean. I hate their little human hands! We did do an announcement about Frontlines being cancelled? Okay. So do we need to do a route in which we don't open the custodian's closet door? Incorrect. I insist on hating all of the terrible animals, because they suck. The closet is its own route. Okay, gotcha. This is the duty where you can get the sewer skink minion in, by the way. Very important minion. Is that the one that Clary got that she was missing then? Why is the sewer skink a very important minion? Racing suds. Oh, that's right. This is the N. And this is telling us blue enter cards, green N. Gotcha. Because it's Darjeeling. Okay. Green. Oh, green in. Green in when it does the thing. You disgusting vermin. Spot remember. No, you were missing a silky minion. Gotcha. Total Wash is the raid wide. Eastern Ewers. That jug. 'Tis not possible. We've seen this move before already though. This is we saw it in Evilise. Oh boy. Fresh pup. Oh, this boys. We don't want to be on that side. We want to beware intercards of them. Total Wash is a raid wide. So what you're saying is I can have a little wind-up Darjeeling wire bomb? Wait. Blue, intercards. Oh god. If it's left. Yeah, okay, then we go over here. Cute, you'd like one also, thank you? Then get in here and do variant dungeons with us. What do you think this is, a free minion service? It's VR night? Oh, enjoy VR night. Total Wash is the raid wide. Damn, I guess you love the rat, but how does the rat feel about you? Apparently not well. We are taking advantage, however, of eye level, I'm sure. I'm sure this fight is much easier now. The skink was gifted to you, you've never seen it drop. Damn. We're in a toxic relationship, okay? I would go so far as to say a toxic relationship is not love. But you know what? You do you, boo-boo. Oh, yeah. Okay. That final burst of aether confirms my suspicions. 'Twas definitely Mother who created the Silky. What have we here? Are you going to tell us the thing we already know? Yeah, such a beautiful garden. Such a beautiful garden. Such a beautiful... says a bridemaid to a waiter. Oh yes, but what a shame. What a shame the poor groom's bride is a Got a new journal entry. Yeah. Cute garden area. It is very cute, right? It could be a really good setting for an RP scene. I was thinking about this earlier, is that, like, this shot alone is, Oh, wait, no. Oh, this dialogue is different. This must have been the quiet little retreat. 'Tis comforting to feel... Oh, no. 'Tis comforting to feel an echo of their presence. It's just abridged. This line of sight not terribly interesting. This line of sight, gorgeous. This is like Palace of Alamigo Royal Gardens level good. This area and parts of Mount Ronkin are gorgeous, and you definitely consider them both for RP before. Yeah, I'm the crazy psychopath who would have done RP scenes in Palace of the Dead, but it's not a feasible thing. So yeah, Marin or Darj, either of you guys want in? Excuse me. You draw? No sweat. Okay. If you don't mind, Clary. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. What is the third variant dungeon? Or is third variant Mount Ronkin? Oh, is third Thavnir? It starts Thavnir. Okay. You'll join? Hell yeah. Oh. Thank you, Clary. I can invite you to the novice network, but I can't invite you to my party. Bizarre. But it's more Hawaiian island-inspired location? Interesting. Oh, are you talking about the Silky Mount or the... Oh, it is the minion is... Okay. The minion... Can I see its horrible little human hands? Hold on. Hold on. Can we see its horrible little human hands? No. Minion, S tier. Mount... F tier. F minus tier. Look at those little grippers. Okay. The mount is easy, you just need all 12 routes. Gotcha. Wait, is it only 12? Oh yeah, of course. Four times each route. 3 routes in total. Gotcha. So we need to do 2 more of the left door. Oh my god, my gear is low, apparently. Yeah, I'm thinking Silky side again. Right, because we need to do the one where we pop all the flowers, and we need to do one where we don't open the cabinet, so yeah. Rats IRL have little hands? They do not! They don't have opposable thumbs like that! If you let Nanamo choose the route, you get an extra chest, too? Oh, do you really? Should we have been letting Nanamo choose this whole time? No. You know what? Left is in my brain. We're doing left. To a makeup stream? Absolutely not. The thing is, I would definitely do Ul'dah again. I don't know that I would do Mount Ronkin again. And obviously I don't know Alo Alo, but... Bo, I need you to understand. I'm only grabbing aggro because I am a good tank. Finish the left route, yeah. Did I finish Mount Ronkin? I did one as a favor to a friend, I have absolutely no memory of that place. Some of the locations are super nice and it's about yokai. I vaguely remember it being about yokai. Here's the thing. I just want it to be about Ishgard. I just want an Ishgard variant dungeon. And I'm salty. The Fs are the ones that are going to do raid wides, or AoEs. Last time we flipped the switch, so this time we will not, I think. Just to keep it spicy. Variant Criterion dungeons? Oh, interesting. With me on the Ishgard variant dungeon? I mean... you know, whenever there's any content, I'm gonna want it to be related to Ishgard. Wow, I've been really messing up my rotations. The catacombs, just like anything about the vaults, you know? Because if we go, oh no! Well, that's tank privilege right there. If we go into the catacombs, that's where Haldrath's, that's where Haldrath would have been interned, right? Is this launch? This is launch. I guess I could also figure it out by the fact that there's only one of the orange, but you get it. Another raid wide. Rude. I didn't get any Vuln stacks for it. Did it even really touch me? Yeah, he doesn't have a backside. I don't know. I don't know that I feel anything more about Hoop Dungeon, like Hoop mechanic, than What was his other mechanic? I cannot remember it now. Let's do the riddle right one more time. And the God View is going to be the one who, does the AoE. If we solve the riddle, we go through the teleport, yeah. Oh, do you want to do flowers? We can do flowers. I think it's a new thing if we don't do the ewer in the closet, right? Oh no! I would rather do Riddle Quest. Just so that way we can be done with it and not think about it. Because Flowers is a little bit easier. Next time we can do Flowers, if that's okay. I'm sorry, Bo. Do we canonically have any other instances of teleportation circles? Because I want to say no. But maybe in Maki or in one of the other ones? Good luck later, long live Horshapat. Hell yeah, Rosie. Why do I feel like I've seen these particular brushes before? This rug too seems a relatively recent addition. See how the stone beneath it is cracked and worn. 'Tis doubtful some thief had a sudden fit of decorating, but we shall leave it for now. Other mysteries abound. Are we gonna find out something goofy, like Nanamo's mom and dad are still alive? Which is not to say that I want Nanamo's parents to be dead, but like, I say goofy because we're gonna like discover that Nanamo's mom has been like masquerading as a servant or something insane. Like, when you say these brushes look familiar, like, what are you possibly supposed to interpret off of that? Blue are intercards. Oh, I rotated it. Bracing suds are going to be in. Chilling suds are intercardinal again, right? Yeah. Don't be where it ends up in a line. There is an Endwalker hunt train going on right now if people are interested. It's gathering in Labyrinthos. Total wash. Bracing suds is in? Yeah, and then he's gonna do the little dash. He's not gonna do the little dash. Oh, that's right, because we didn't do the ewer. Where the deluge of water, you'll be washed away for sure. Okay. Brush Puff is, they're all over the place. Chilling Suds is line. Oh, this mechanic is always the same, is it? Beefy Alice, hello, hello, hello. We're doing a little bit of... Oh! I shouldn't have strafed. We're doing a little bit of variant dungeon, because I haven't done them. And I'm a big lore nerd. Kill it before Bo gets their LB off. No, Bo got their LB off. Damn. Okay, and so this is going to be the last... Oh, I got the minion. This is the last of the left... Ah. No, lie. I lied. You need to do flowers. So we'll do flowers, and then we'll go ahead and end the stream here. Yeah, does anybody else want to do a variant dungeon? We've got a couple of people who have already done all of them, so... Yeah, no sweat either way. We want to sub Clarion if you don't mind, Marin. Variant is so fun. Okay, I will admit, I really like them adding it for... I really like them adding it for the A Realm Reborn stuff. Them doing it for... And I mean, like, you know what? I'll even give them Mount Ronkin for Stormblood stuff. Them doing one for one as recent as Endwalker feels a little too recent for me, but that's just because I'm a stickler. sacrificing their runs for us to progress variant dungeon. Fair enough. Don't forget to read the journals. True. The mount is so cute. I hate the Silky. I am in the minority. I understand it. I hate them. Okay. Whom the Silky serves. What a surprise to learn that the old palace Silky was a creation of Mother's. The discovery impelled me to pursue the topic with Papashan, who, of anyone besides father, knew my mother best of all. Naturally, I was circumspect in my inquiries, lest he become aware of my subterranean explorations. With fond remembrance, oh wow, Papashan spoke of Mother's penchant for cleaning, a habit she refused to surrender even after taking up residence in the royal chambers. Okay, sure, a royal who likes to clean. Her ladies-in-waiting were positively scandalized and hid away every brush and broom that the Sultana's hands would not be sullied by common grime. Denied the usual tools of sanitation, Mother retaliated by employing a Charlatan tutor, whereby she acquired the arts necessary to manifest a massive, mouse-like familiar. Ingrained with an obsessive dislike of dirt, this arcane entity would corner even palace guards to scrub spots from their armor, to the great amusement of the household staff. Then one day, without fanfare, the Silky was simply gone. Wait. I thought we needed to touch all the petals. I thought we needed to touch all 3 of them. Then one day, without fanfare, the Silky was simply gone. I suspect the cause of its disappearance lay in the deepening conflict with the monetarists. With less and less time to slip away from the palace, Mother likely set her familiar to protect and maintain the secret garden in her absence. Yet what a stubborn and willful soul she was! To create a servant for cleaning is one thing, but to imbue it with such unbridled power is quite another. You love the hamster? Yeah. Oh my god, you can't always be right. No, Rosie! Yeah, I'm kind of mid on the hamster, yeah. The former queen was a commoner. Interesting. Yeah, JR confirmed Path 3 requires stomping all the flowers. So we need to step on all the flowers. Okay, we're hearing conflicting things. Marin, no offense if you're not, right? Like, no stress either way. Do you mind just verifying? Oh, my gear! My gear is so low! Do you mind, verifying the route? No offense if you already have, and you do know for sure, but just to be sure. Wow! I was gonna repair my own gear, Bo. Thank you. You verified? Thanks, just wanted to be sure. Oh, hell yeah. And we get the extra chest. We skipped 2 bunches of flowers the last time. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to be certain, because this does have to be our last run. We are definitely touching all the flowers. I mean, I say that's what I thought. That's what you told me. And I implicitly trust anything Marin tells me. I do like Variant Dungeon a lot, though. I kinda wish, well, it's just more diamonds. There were just more of them, which I realize is a very foolish thing for me to say. Obviously, we want more content, but... There's more variants coming in Dawntrail. They better give us Ishgard. It's just my bad RNG. Oh, really? So I wish there were more dungeons, says the guy who doesn't want to finish the second one. I don't want to finish the second one because the second one is stinky. All my homies hate Hingashi. The second one is your favorite, not a real homie. We skipped it again last time, so we're gonna do it this time. Oh no! Bo, you skip it! Bo, why you skip it? Bo Blue A, you like the poop that much. Bo Blue A, you like the poo. I can't believe you skip it. We didn't fuck up flowers, we're good. You can get puppies. Okay, now hold on. Now hold on. You've circled me back around. I'm interested in. Well, Blue A, why you like the poop so much? Two different puppy minions. Okay, I'm listening, I'm listening. There's also a worse giant rat boss. Okay, I'm no longer listening. Why would you tell me there's a worse giant rat boss? What part of my appreciation of the Silky told you that you should tell me about an even more miserable creature? Because it's funny. Rats are a very serious business. Rats are serious business. For those of you who don't know, Black Cat Coder is a part of an FC called, is it Rats or is it just singular Rat? I did not know that you got that minion from the Highbridge Fates. But he is so cute. Rat Gang, of course, my brain is toothpaste. I knew it was plural rats. I knew it was multiple rat. But I was like, rats doesn't feel right. And rat doesn't feel right. No, why you give us the poo? Oh, Blue A. Why do you like the poo? We don't do the teleportation circle this time. The poo is when you don't switch the lever, and the lever is where the water comes from that flushes away the poo. You must press the lever, but Bo did not press the lever, and so instead we had to deal with the poo. It was literally proximity. You were so enthusiastic for the poop that there was no way for me to pull the lever. What is this voice that I'm doing? I couldn't tell you. Oh no! I hate stun the wrong boy. There we go. Purposefully mess up Riddle Quest. Touch all the flowers, yeah. Poor Bo gets a song made about them being obsessed with poop. What do you mean, poor Bo? SMH my head. I can't believe this. You did nothing wrong! What are you on about? I can't believe this gaslight girl bossing that's going on. Are there only 5 flowers? I don't want to keep going unless we're absolutely certain. That was all of them. Okay. I am slightly worried because I do remember Nanimos saying the thing about such fluffy, puffy flowers. So I'm slightly worried that we did actually already pop all the flowers. Stepping on all the flowers changes the boss mechanic too, so you'll know. Okay. It might have been that we only stepped on one or two of them, but yeah. Blue boy. Okay, so this mechanic is much the same so far. Total Wash is the raid wide. Strands, nope, definitely didn't have this. Okay. Is this a battle or a spot of spring cleaning? Oh! Okay, fine. Oh, we're gonna want to be inside of its hitbox. Achoo, yeah. Thank you, Marin. I will never doubt you again. Chilling is cardinal. It's always cardinal. Until the next time I doubt you. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Bracing is cardinal. Nope, bracing is not cardinal. Bracing is hitbox. Get inside its hitbox. Chilling is cardinal. C for chilling? You think you'll have fun frogging the Criterion? Interesting. Can you do Criterion solo? Alright, and we finished left side. No, you can't. Okay. Well, friends, that's gonna be it for stream for us. we're gonna go ahead and call it here. Big thank you to everybody who's been here and hanging out. We appreciate it. But yeah. Again, massive thank you to Marin. A massive thank you to all of you guys for being here and everybody who's been hanging out. But yeah, again, just to reiterate, without all of the drama from the top, no streams this upcoming week, but then the week after we will resume with renewed vigor. Yeah. Thank you guys for being here. Especially when you give me a bite of humble pie. Excuse me. But let's go ahead and see who's streaming right now. You know what? Sheila is currently doing Dragon Song Reprise prog. Y'all know I love anything related to Ishgard, and so Dragon Song Reprise is actually a really good thing for that. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I am actually thinking of doing a... Well, I know I've mentioned it vaguely before. We're doing a Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG when that drops in May. We're going to be doing a series of interconnected campaigns, at least that's the idea. We'll see what the actual execution looks like. But we're going to be doing a series of interconnected campaigns that I am going to be calling the Dragon Song Refrain, because I lack imagination, and I think that could be a cute idea. So, you know, if that's something you're interested in, be on the lookout for that in May. And in the meantime, I'll send you guys over there. Bye!